Oh, okay, never mind, then Teresa pulled ahead. Okay, never mind. I love that you helped me now. That's not yours. All right. So today is a fun day, that, helps develop the council and staff plan, for the next couple of 2-3 years. We got lots of fun stuff. All of this I will explain to you shortly, which I'm excited about. This will be the bulk of our time, but you will recall that first, we have the opportunity for each of you to spend up to 5 minutes answering 2 questions for your colleagues on council. The first one is, what would you like the rest of the team to know about how to work best with you and best interact or communicate with you? And the second is how to, or what are the values that sort of guide how you understand things that are important and impactful to this community. So we're going to get to that here in a jiff, but I wanted to remind you that's the plan, and everyone got a card, and we're going to go low to high today. So whoever has a 2 of hearts, prepare yourself because you'll be the first one. But before we jump into the fun things, I wanted to first give the mayor an opportunity to say anything you'd like to say, and then Nuri, I'll come to you next.
So much, Heather. Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome everybody. Look, it's packed house. Our city staff for joining us here today. I hope we don't bore you too badly. I apologize in advance for 6 hours of staring at my bald spot. And welcome to community members for joining us here as well. But the other thing I wanted to say is an announcement went out this morning that our interim judge, Jeff Kahn, is no longer the interim, but in fact, the permanent presiding judge. Congratulations, Jeff. We're so glad to be continuing to work with you for a few more decades. We're committed to. Yeah, Sharpie, you could just take that interim off your.
Appreciate it. Thank you all. It's been so nice to get to know some people in this group and all of the support that I've had from so many of you, like Teresa and Maria, and it's countless others, Mayor Pro Tem, Spirit. You all have just been very, very supportive. Look forward to being part of this team. Thank you.
Welcome. Anything else? Nuri, anything you want to say before we hop in?
No, just excited for it and just a huge appreciation to all the staff and thank you. I know we're gonna have a great day today and excited.
So fun, fantastic. All right, in that case, we have our handy dandy timer again today for our up to 5 minutes. You're not obligated to use all 5, but you certainly can. As with yesterday, I'll ask you to self-police and stay pretty close to that 5-minute time limit. Finish your sentence and not your paragraph if your timer comes to the 0. Who is the lucky owner of the 2 of hearts this morning? All right, Mark.
Okay, a couple of questions to answer. Here are my answers. First, I really don't care how my colleagues communicate with me as long as they're not throwing rocks. It's the communication, not the methodology that is important. I was happy to meet one-on-one, but a simple phone call, email, or text will work as well. I discourage the use of Morse code. I am a very direct person, and I appreciate it when people are direct with me as well. No one wants to hear that their idea is unsatisfactory, unworkable, or just stupid. But I would rather hear that than be fed a lot of nonsense that does not represent what my colleague is actually thinking. I once had a business partner to whom I was accountable. Motto was, first, give me the bad news. From him, I learned the value of candor. Polite candor, but candor nonetheless. As far as what informs my sense of what's important and impactful to the community, I work through the following considerations. 1, what is the need or the problem we're trying to address? 2, who has experienced the need? How significant is it in their lives? There's a bit of prioritization here. I want to build all of the tennis courts that the people of Boulder could ever want. But if I must choose, it is more important to make sure that hungry people are fed. While I hope that we can successfully complete Alpine Balsam, for instance, it is less important to me than providing flood mitigation in South Boulder. We're often asked to make choices, and that's where we get paid the big bucks. 3, when there are competing needs, is a balance possible? I believe in compromise. although not so much when it comes to something as basic as food insecurity. But if I have the possibility of building more tennis courts or filling more potholes or underground and utility wires, is there a compromise that all stakeholders can accept? Fourth, do we have the financial resources and staff resources to address the problem? If not, can we find them, and what's the trade-off for doing so? And how does that decision impact the financial strength of this community and its government? Lastly, although I have now served for more than 4 years on council, it's entirely possible that I do not know everything there is to know. So I am happy to defer to staff or my colleagues in the theoretical event that this should occur. It seems to happen quite a bit. Here are the factors that do not inform my judgment as to matters of importance. One, I do not give a tinker's damn if a proposed solution to a problem is deemed to be progressive or non-progressive. Those debates are tedious and uninformative. I care about what works and what doesn't work to address a recognized problem. How that response is characterized is simply irrelevant. Two, I do not subscribe to the messianic view that Boulder must be a leader in all matters, and that should be a consideration in the decisions we make. Sometimes we are leaders and innovators, and that's a good thing, but only if what we do is successful. Sometimes we are followers, and there's nothing wrong with that either. There's nothing more amusing to me than when someone argues on a particular issue that we must be leaders. Let's do what they're doing in Portland or Berkeley. Let's just deal with the problem. My personal values are neither surprising nor complex. I got into government to help those who have needs and require the assistance of its leaders to achieve a better life. Go back to the days of Robert Kennedy, the real one, not the clown version. Public service is a noble undertaking, and I believe that even today, even in the rancid climate of our times, what we do is important, and it is important that we do it thoughtfully and carefully, and always with an eye to answering the following question: how can we help?
So I'm gonna walk out. I don't know how we top that.
That's what Mark said.
Ditto, Mark, and I'm out.
Great.
Fantastic.
Minister like Dead Omar.
Yeah.
33, oh, fantastic.
Just describe why I appreciate it. Okay, so first question, I think I've communicated this to most of you, but stand on the back and my email is a terrible way to get my attention. Text or Teams is far more effective. This extends to calendar invites too. If you put something on my calendar with less than a week's notice, I am likely to miss it. If you must email me or put something on my calendar, please text me to let me know. It's a beacon that will help my ADHD brain find whatever it is you need me to see. And if you need me urgently, please call. Aside from that, there are a few communication principles I follow that I would like you all to know in interacting. You can think of them as the 3 C's. First, come from a place of curiosity. If I disagree with you and you're trying to get me to see things your way, a surefire way to get my hackles up is to think that I just don't know enough about what you're talking about. And if only I had all the information you have, I would see things your way. Please start with the assumption that I have all the information you have and that I simply reached a different conclusion. Ask questions to understand why I reached that conclusion so we can understand each other better, but please don't explain things to me as if I'm lacking knowledge. And if I ever don't come from a place of curiosity with you, please let me know so I can do better. Heather, my time's. Clarity is kindness. I can handle your being direct, and in fact, I prefer it to having you beat around the bush. If I do something that upsets you, let me know. If you need me to do something, state it directly. If I overstepped, please point it out. It is not your job to worry about how I will feel or react to something. That is my job. Feedback is my love language. I will always value the opportunity to learn how to work with you more effectively because it makes our collective work better. 3, comfort is overrated. Conversations about emotionally charged, high-stakes topics are never easy, but I always appreciate a challenge. I expect us to have enough respect for each other that we will enter hard conversations as needed to make sure we can keep working together for the benefit of the community. I expect we will be honest with each other and able to speak about our differences without attacking each other's character or disparaging each other. These types of conversations require emotional and cognitive energy, so I do appreciate a heads up that an emotionally charged conversation is coming, so I'm in the right headspace. Also, I need some lead time to process information, so please don't try to get me to answer a question or decide on something that I just heard about. To the second point about the considerations that inform what's important to me and what's impactful to the community. I don't think the main value that informs my decisions will surprise anyone here. But I do want to preface this answer with my learned experience and analytical credentials. In my experience, many people in our community think that a commitment to justice and inclusion comes from the heart rather than the head. And it's really important to me that you all understand that my commitment to inclusion comes from a logical, analytical analysis of the one lever we could pull that would make all of us safer. I have a PhD. I've published dozens of research articles, had millions of dollars of my own grants funded. I manage a research facility that supports tens of millions of dollars in grant funding. I've mentored hundreds of students. Most first generation are from historically marginalized communities, and they have a 100% graduation rate. Likewise, I've retained all the staff I've hired in the past 10 years. I've helped nonprofits get millions of dollars in donations. I don't just read our council packets, I'm constantly consuming books, podcasts, scientific studies, news articles, movies, music, and other forms of art, anything that helps me understand the world outside my narrow view. I don't talk about my learned credentials and experience often because I don't see them as relevant to most discussions. Also, people do not like an accomplished queer woman. Lived experience is just as important and sometimes even more important than learned experience. I mention them here so you know that when I say I strive to put equity at the core of every decision I make, it's the careful result of a decades-long attempt to understand why we have so much economic inequality, why our climate is in an emergency, and why white supremacy and authoritarianism are on the rise. We've exploited and extracted resources from people and our planet for centuries, and the consequences are impacting all of us. We will not solve our climate crisis, homelessness, crime, getting people out of cars, or any other issue that plagues us until we find a new way to exist where we're living in balance with each other and the planet, where we've atoned for the ways our systems have harmed people, and where we've committed to ensuring everyone's needs are met. So when I make decisions, please know that even if you don't agree with me, my course of action is the result of a logical analysis that looked at all the constraints that exist and decided on the outcome that will move us closer to ending oppression. I know that I won't see this happen in my lifetime. I hope I've just explained I'm not naive. I am just one of many, but like Jimmy Carter, I'm committed to do whatever I can, wherever I am, whenever I can, for as long as I can with whatever I have to try to make a difference. Thank you. Thanks.
Four? All right, Ryan.
Okay, thanks, Heather. Thanks, everybody. So a little bit of a cold, I apologize. Voice is a little different. In any case, I combine this to think of this as a question of how to get my attention. And I'll just make a few points. So I started, I guess my first kind of real conventional professional job in 2007. I started as an associate climate research at a place called Business for Social Responsibility. 2007 is the year that the head of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, Dr. Pachauri, said, the next 2 to 3 years will determine our future. I think most people who were following this at the time would be underwhelmed with the pace of action that has happened since then, globally, nationally, in most states, in most towns. And talking about that, it will get my attention. And in particular, the question of what is it that we can do to accelerate change, to create a greater capacity for change, and the kinds of things that will create more justice in our town and more broadly. So that's the first thing. If you want to get my attention, let's talk about that. The second thing is I'm very interested in following evidence-based science, public health, and other data and research from experts who can show us the way forward. I wouldn't call myself a scientist. I'm a student learner, I suppose. And so I'm very interested to try to find what we know from evidence can help us with our big public problems that are generally multidisciplinary in systems. So that's the second one. Third way to get my attention. I'm very interested in the tension, or maybe just the balance between two challenges that any organization has that wants to do exciting things. And the first is to be brave about making big changes, and brave meaning to look for feedback, to establish systems for structured learning and innovation, and to take that seriously. But then also to be a great place to work and operate and implement things really well, which means attracting and keeping great employees and just being a wonderful place for people to spend time. So I'm interested in the balance between those two things very much. And then finally, that's mostly it. I just back on feedback. I love feedback. I like to hear feedback at all levels for myself. And you'll have my attention if you're giving an impression that you're interested in feedback as well. Email, phone, text is all fine. If you don't have my cell phone, I'll give it to you. Teams, I'm not as good with Teams lately. I should probably get better on Teams, but I don't have any modal preferences. That's it. Thanks.
Right, 5 of hearts.
All right, so first of all, about working with me, communicating with me. I'm just like many people, I'm very transparent. I want to hear the truth. You don't need to skirt around an issue with me. I also appreciate feedback to how I'm doing in meetings. City councils hear from me. So if I'm not, if I could be improved, let me know. In terms of modality, I actually don't even know how to use Teams, so that's really good to know. But I'm great with everything else and I'm very quick to respond. I would even suggest I look at my phone too much, but the good news is I'll get back to you quickly. I'm also happy to meet. I generally, one other funny thing about me is I hardly check voicemail. So if you leave me a voicemail and you wonder what that was, I probably didn't listen to it. So, yeah, okay, good to know. I hear that. It's a good night.
So neat, I got you.
I saw those. So about my values and what is important to the community, as everyone probably knows, I served for 8 years on the school board and I entered that work because of the massive academic inequity between students in poverty, students of color and other students. And I think I'm going to talk about what I really learned was important in my work in school district, which I hope to bring over to council, is that activities are not outcomes. And so we could do a lot of things. We could adopt a new math program. We could hire 50 paraeducators. We could, change the whole disciplinary system. Those are activities, and sometimes it's confused that those necessarily create the outcome. So for me, you're going to find me very, very grounded in what is the outcome and how do the different activities we choose to do create something that is measurable and that is visible to our community. And as I said yesterday in my opening sort of vision statement, it's really important for me that the people I'm serving can see that the work I'm doing is impacting their lives in a way that they feel the community is better. And this absolutely includes people who've historically not been able to access all the benefits and privileges of wealth. And so I want everyone to have that kind of connection to our community. So those are basically my main values, and I'm going to just keep it there. Thanks.
Okay. 6, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks. Good morning, everybody. I'll be pretty quick, but I wanted to start off by thanking Nicole and Ryan for their role on the search committee for the judge. Thank you. Delightful outcome. Very excited about it. So thanks for your work on that. So in terms of getting in contact with me, the most important thing to know is that I'm not a morning person. So if you reach out to me at 7 a.m. for something that needs to be done by 8, it is never going to be successful. So just keep that in mind. But on the other hand, I don't mind a phone call at 8 p.m. or on the weekends. My entire life is like council mixed with personal, kind of bit by bit by bit. I don't kind of reserve a big chunk of time for personals. Reach out to me anytime. And as long as it's not early in the morning, I'm happy to talk if I'm available.
Sorry.
No worries. I also have my phone on Do Not Disturb overnight, so you don't actually wake me up, Tara, with those 7 a.m. texts. I am on email all the time. That works pretty well, but if something's more urgent, a text is a good idea. And while I do listen to my voicemails when I get them, my phone has a glitch where they don't show up for an hour or two. So I don't know what's up with that, but if you want to get information to me quickly, text is definitely better than voicemail. And then just please don't DM me on Facebook, like I'll never see those. And then just the other thing is that I'd like all of us, I get contacted in a million ways by a million people. So if I don't get back to you right away, or if I miss it, don't take it personally, please. Like it's just, it got lost in the enormous sea of ways that people have contacted me. So feel free to remind me, and I apologize in advance if I miss anything. So, and then just in terms of my values, just at the base of it is that I want to make sure that we're prioritizing people who are struggling to get by in our community. If something is clearly popular with 3/4 of people in town, but it's going to have a negative impact on people who are really working hard to get by and having trouble doing that, I'm going to go with the people who need help. So that's the kind of the core base of the values that I bring to our decision making process. I'll leave it at that.
Who's my 7?
Oh, 7?
Uh-huh.
Okay. You got 7 again? I go on. Yeah, sorry, 7 twice. Yeah, I just want to say I didn't time this one and I didn't practice it.
Oh, yes, so just rolling the dice now. And Matt, I think Matt had 8
I did
yesterday.
8 yesterday too, so I'm on with you.
Jeez, that's crazy.
Right.
Ready? Yep. All right, text or calling your teams. If you're gonna email me, text me that you emailed me. I have learned in the 2+ years on council that we sometimes get mad at each other. That's what I learned. It comes with the territory. People scream at us. Sometimes we lose our temper. It's part of council, unfortunately, but I want to tell you that I try always to be the best person I can be. Sometimes I lose my temper. So if I do, this is what I don't want you to do. Announce it on channel 8. No. But I do like a phone call saying, or a text saying, we need to talk, and I am a big apologizer and I forgive quickly. That's just who I am. And I'm talking to staff as well. Okay, so I fully expect disagreements. It's what we do with them that matters. As I said, I don't like to air things during a council meeting. I'm happy to discuss in person. I don't really need people to agree with me. It's not one of my values for people to agree with me. Most of my friends and I don't even agree politically, so friendship to me has nothing to do with that. But I will tell you that friendship is important to me, and that's why I try to be friends with everybody on council and including staff. I value peace, getting along for a higher purpose, and friendship. It's really hard for me to stay mad at somebody because eventually I actually forgot why I was mad at them. That's first of all, but also I often realize that I'm part of the problem always, right? I'm also not aware when my body language goes ballistic. So I appreciate, it's a New York thing. I appreciate a text like you're out of control. You know, really, text me when I'm out of control. I am often not aware when I offend people. So please call me or text me when I offend you and we'll talk it out. I'm like Nicole, I have ADHD and I like really short stories. So I might get distracted if it goes past a certain and start staring at the, don't take it personally. I like candor like Mark. So tell me exactly how you feel. Tell me what's your purpose. When I talk to community members, the first thing I say is, what is it that you want me to do? I also hang up on people sometimes and don't tell them. So if I'm done with the conversation, I'll say, okay, bye. Don't get offended when I do that. It's just a thing, you know, we all have personalities. And one of my goals is trying to make people laugh every day. So, and if you make me laugh, you're my best friend. Laughter is really important to me and fun. I text early because I think that's best then. So sorry, you don't have to answer me. In fact, if I text you and you never answer me, I already forgot I texted you, so I won't even notice it. Am I right, Eric? That's true. As far as my values, I would say you already know what they are. Everybody does. I care about safety for every single, I'm like a grandma. I care about safety for everybody. I'm logical, analytical. I care about beautiful landscapes and buildings, a vibrant city. I care about fairness. I care about getting along. I care about forgiveness. And I also care about moving on, like working things out and moving on. I like low-hanging fruit when it comes to solving problems, but I am also not afraid to try something new unless I can't visualize it working and there being too many unintended consequences. If I can't see that any way for it to work without a lot of problems, then I would say no, but I also think we should try things. They're called pilot programs. I love pilot programs. I'm not ideological. And will it work? If not, how can we make it work is usually what I say. I don't think I have anything else. Hold on, let me just check, because I didn't go in order, of course. Oh, one thing I don't like is when people take the moral high ground with me. Like I'm right and you're wrong, and I know more, and I care about people more than you. Because frankly, every single one of us on council cares about people, and nobody's ever 100% right or 100% wrong. We just see things differently. I grew up in a neighborhood that was just downright ugly. There was garbage everywhere. It was very dense. I played in the garbage dump across the street. So a lot of that is how you grow up and what your how you grow up and what you didn't like about it is often a lot of your values. I would like to see, and that's why I moved here. And I'm sure that's why a lot of New Yorkers move. Anything else? All right, so I expect everybody to text me when they're accepted.
Thanks, Tara. This is my 8. Oh, look.
The second day in a row.
Uh-huh, look at you. Hit it.
Lucky is one word for you.
So for one, the way that Mark led with levity and humor, I'll just start, that is my language. I love either a good joke, I love humor, I just love levity, especially in the difficult work that we do. It is easy to fall into the trap, the gutter, the darkness of some of the very difficult things that we do on council and in the city on behalf of our community. But we can still have fun tackling that. And for me, levity is that straw that allows me to breathe in those difficult times. So know that oftentimes when I want to lead with a dad joke at council, it's to set the tone that as much as we're about to embark on difficult stuff, cracking a smile and getting a dopamine hit because we smile or have a giggle or a sigh because the book joke was terrible. It's all part of lowering the temperature and knowing that even though we're going to go through hard stuff, we are going to come out as community, and that humor plays a big role in that for me in particular. So that's sort of something that drives me there. Easy to get a hold of me. I would say start with an email, and as the priority or urgency, work your way up to a call and a text. Some just rush straight to text, even though it's not emergent. That's fine too. But in terms of how to filter it out there, but I always have my phone on me, so you can leverage that. One of the things for me that I sort of pull from my time at the university and working for NASA was project management. And I remember a leader of a scientific instrument you're working on. I'd done many NASA missions, and we were talking about what we were going to do. He said, cheap, fast, good, pick 2. You can only pick 2. And so it always resonated with me. And when you have financial scarcity and when you have the desire to do great things and the urgency to do them quickly, what are the 2 you pick? And that is always something that comes back to me when we think about what we're doing here in the city. We never want to do things inexpensively, but in order to maybe, we have to sacrifice one of those. So I think that's a hard thing for us to manage, but I come to it. One of the things that I want to reprogram our community on, and it drives me nuts, is the zero-sum game and letting perfection be the enemy of the good. That's what gets under my steam. And I will push back pretty hard on that, because I just fundamentally don't believe that we all can't get a little of what we want. And in fact, we should strive for that, because that builds trust for the next thing that we're going to tackle together. One of the filters that and impactfulness that I look at is common cause. Can this really address all of our needs? Not all of them, not every single one, but can everybody get some of their needs met in this? And how are we optimized? This is a bureaucracy. Bureaucracies are built to just add more red tape and bureaucracy. We can say it, we know it, it's the nature of the beast. But then how do we deliberately and intentionally optimize the work that we are doing? And that's why I led yesterday with what's our opportunity and optimization with this retreat. And I think we can do that in a lot of the work we do. And I'm also pragmatic. I don't get caught in the polarization or the political trade winds or ideological soapboxing. That's not me. It's grounded in what can we do? What are our guardrails? And how do we get as much done as possible within that framework? And I'll lastly touch in on, I'm a young father. I've got a 6-year-old and an 8-year-old. So I do take pride in being able to check out of my work. As I was telling Alicia, I am a Gemini, so I do have split personalities. So I will be all in on this work, and then I will flip the switch and I will be all in on my family, and work will be not a priority. And so there's times to sort of know that about me. So, you know, I coach my son's baseball team. Yeah, that's not something I will be doing much work on. So there are times if I'm skiing, yeah, you will not be from me, or being with family. And lastly, you know, I think for all of us here is govern within the framework of the job we have, and not the one we're aspiring for. We were elected to be city council members. I think we have to remember that. It's a ground floor for a lot of things, but as soon as we point our head to other things, we lose sight of what we were hired and elected to do here for the people of this community. And everybody suffers as a result of that. So it's really important for us to keep an eye on the progress there. So leave with a joke. Have a smile on the face, and we're all gonna get to good places. So thanks.
Great. Number 9.
Ha,
Aisha.
all right, good morning, everybody. Taisha Adams, she her pronouns, I'll say it all the time. I am a Cancerian born in the year of the tiger. So what does that mean? It means I will cry a lot. I'm incredibly emotional. I'm incredibly protective. I'm fiercely loyal. Fiercely loyal to my team. And congratulations, y'all are on the team. You're still on my team and I will fight ferociously for you. Communication styles, I'm known for my candor. Again, I always thought it was funny when I found out what candor meant. I was like, wait, so people don't tell the truth? I'm confused. Getting in touch with me, the best way, I read all my emails within 24 hours. Text messages, I would prefer, you know, if you need to give me fast or something, like text is like, give me fast. Don't text me about something that could be an email. Also, I detest long emails because to me, that's an invitation for a conversation, right? I also try to be very specific about what my asks are. If you don't, and if my ask is a yes or no, then answer yes or no. Because what I find is when it's a no, people will just give you all the other things. Well, you didn't ask that, but here are all these other things. You can just tell me no, and that's all right, right? Because then that lets us know where the starting point is, and we can move forward from there. Questions are my love language. And so if I'm asking lots of questions, it's because I genuinely want to know, because I'm always thinking about continuous improvement. I'm always looking towards that lens. I am also a systems thinker. So if you want my attention, then show how your shiny penny issue or topic or focus area or department aligned with all of the other things that are driving towards our goals. I need to see, how does this piece fit into all of the other pieces? And the reason that I am this way, I think, is because I have been, as an African-American woman in this United States, in this city for 12 years. The erasure is so disgusting. The mistruths and half lies are devastating to live with every day. And so that's why I ask questions. That's why, you know, when research and evaluation, policy, custom processes, all of those things have been weaponized against people of color, people in the margin, people with disabilities, LGBTQAI+, all of the intersections there. And so I'm especially sensitive to who made the decision. When was that decision made? Any decision that was made before 1964, I was not there. My people were not there. All of our water rights, no Indigenous people had any authority on those decisions. And so we have responsibilities and obligations, and I take that very, very seriously. That's why timeline matters to me. That's why I will always ask, who made this decision? Who financed this decision? Who did the analysis of the work? Because when you don't have the live and learn experience on those teams, you get inequitable decision-making like the ones we have now. I also wanted to bring up that I'm an intersectional environmentalist. What does that mean? That means I balance people and planet. I do not believe in people first policymaking.
People first policy making. The climate chaos and crisis we see is the direct result of some humans making decisions. And when you see extreme wealth, for me, I know the economic system that is necessary for that to exist. That's wage theft, that's land theft, that's intellectual property theft. I see it over and over again. And so when I see us hiring consultants to do all of this work, but then those with lived and learned experience coming in for a listening tour or a listening session or a survey, my flag goes up. Because I'm wondering, again, whose voice is valued? In what way and when? I'm an equity specialist. And so when I hear people use the term equity and not define what they mean by that, that doesn't mean, this term doesn't mean everything to everybody. It's not a singular term anymore. Same with diversity. Diversity of what? Race, gender, ethnicity, education level, region, geography. Let's be specific in the words that we're using. And when I say equity, I mean access, representation, meaningful participation, and quality outcomes. I am also outcomes-based. Together, we thrive. Thank you.
All right, that must mean that Lauren has the 10 of hearts.
While I strive to be thoughtful in my communication, I naturally lean towards and appreciate bluntness. I appreciate honesty and open dialogue over mere agreement. And I often find that I learn the most from colleagues on the other side of an issue or on the other side of the aisle. I appreciate outside the box thinking, well-researched facts, brevity, humor, and people who let me know when I may have hurt their feelings so that I can apologize. My inbox is challenging for me to keep up with, so please text or call me for the fastest response times. I do check my voicemail more than monthly, but probably not much more. The values that shape my vision for what is important for our community are social equity, environmental sustainability, justice, and community. I see these values as pillars upon which our collective well-being and prosperity depend. Social equity, for me, means every individual in our community deserves fair and equitable access to opportunities, resources, services, regardless of their background or circumstances. We must strive to eliminate systemic barriers and ensure that everyone has a chance to thrive and reach their full potential. Environmental sustainability is paramount in our efforts to build a thriving and resilient community. We are stewards of this planet, of our local resources, and it is our responsibility to preserve, protect, and enhance them for our own well-being and survival. Justice is another fundamental value that guides my work. We must strive for a society where justice is accessible to all, regardless of race, ethnicity, gender, and socioeconomic status. This means addressing systemic injustices, advocating for meaningful reform, and standing up for the rights and dignity of every individual in our community. Finally, I believe community is the source of our power as council members and the key to creating lasting and outsized impacts. Whether it's a mural or a coffee shop or a conversation about minimum wage, there are so many ways that the work we do has power to bring people together, keeping in mind that togetherness and harmony are not the same thing. We need to continue building a more intentional and resilient community where everyone is valued and empowered to contribute in meaningful ways. We are stronger when we work together, and we need that strength to overcome the growing challenges our communities face. Thank you. Thanks.
That's awesome. Thank you all for doing that. I really appreciate it. I hope you learned something new about your colleagues, both on the day-to-day tactical level of how to catch them for a conversation, but also about what motivates the comments that you hear and the decisions that you see on the decks. So now to the work. Saw some of you checking out all the fun up here. There's a lot happening. So I want to talk to you about it for a minute. And then we shall proceed. So the first thing is, it is possible that your specific work plan suggestion is not here. And if that is the case, it is because we thought it was. That we thought it was embedded, or the words are different, or something. So I'll ask, you'll let us know as we go along for sure, but just want to let you know, it was not intentional. We weren't like, and you know who had a dumb idea, was that Tina, so we just threw that one out. That's not what happened. So because there were a lot of similar themes, we combined them, and we might have lost the specific nuance or texture of your idea in that effort. And apologies in advance if that's the case, and you just holler, let us know that happened, and Mark's ready with some additional stickies if we need to add some things. So that's thing one.
Are we supposed to be able to read that from here?
Yeah, I'm gonna talk to you about it, and you're gonna have some time later to look at it. Don't sweat it. Everything's gonna be fine. I would never assume that anyone could read this, because I'm 51. I've had LASIK twice, and I still wear contacts and readers, so I just assume nobody can see anything. All right. So, had some questions yesterday about what is staff already doing? Because if staff's already doing it, maybe A, I don't need to have it as a priority, or B, I want to lift it up. And then I asked a question after you all left yesterday. I was like, I don't know what lift it up means. I mean, I understand conceptually, but in the concept of the work plan, what would lift it up mean? And it might mean to expedite it if it's already coming, but you want it to come faster or bigger or have a different council role. That might be what lift it up means. And so if you're thinking, yes, that's coming, but I want to lift it up, please anticipate that I will ask you, what specifically do you need when you say lift it up, so we can visit about that. Over here on this board are several items that came from your work plan proposals that when we were visiting with staff and directors, what they said is, we think that's already on the work plan, that we're already doing that. And that's what's here, and I'll tell you what's here because I know you can't see it. But the heading that you also, I'm sure, can't read says, currently coming to you eventually. Which means it's on the work plan, but there's no guarantee that with the current pace and scope of this work, that it would come to you or be completed during the next 2 to 3 years. So anything that's over here, if you wanted to lift it up, expedite it, or increase your role, whatever, then we need to move it over here to the broader discussion. Anything that ends up on this board is presumed to be on the work plan, coming to you eventually. It could also be that what staff is doing right now, that is coming to you eventually, is not what you meant by your sticky. And so I'm gonna go through these and give directors a chance to tell you what they think they're already doing. And for you to say, yes, that's it. Or, oh, no, I meant something else entirely. And again, nobody's feelings are hurt, right? This is just trying to suss out the details here. So we're gonna go through this first. So that anything that needs to move over here for potential work plan priority on the big wall, that nothing sticks to, if you're wondering about why there's 10,000 pieces of tape, like literally nothing sticks to this wall. We'll move these over there. And then over there is where we'll have a conversation where I will give each of you 2 opportunities to tell us an item that you'd like to have your colleagues consider for a official work plan priority. And then we'll visit about the impact of those, which is why we talked about what you valued. And then staff will help us visit about what the lift is. Scoping conversation might occur at that point where they might say, well, as you've described it, that is a huge lift. And then you say, but if we could chunk it out and just do this piece or whatever, then it's a smaller lift. Conversation to be had between you all and the respective directors for those projects. So then we're gonna end up with 18. Everyone has 2 rounds, there are 9 of you, 18 stickies over there on our impact and effort board. And then we're gonna need to do some prioritization. So we have some dots, so we'll do some dotting. If you are a very structural person and would like to know at how many minutes we're gonna spend on each one of these things, please let me manage your expectations. I do not know. I am sure we will be done on time because we somehow always manage to do that. But how the days have unfolded beyond what I've just said, I truly have no idea.
So let us begin over here. On the currently coming to you eventually board, the following items. I will read them to you, and then where you have questions, we'll go one by one, and the directors are here to visit with you. This one is pedestrian bike path and underpass design and safety enhancements. And the color code is up here in the top if you want to know what the main department is. It mostly is consistent. This is, it turns out there are only so many colors of stickies. Yeah. This one is for OSMP, review historic preservation codes.
Yes.
Then it shouldn't say OSMP.
No.
Make it honest.
Just want to share the opportunity. All right. In whatever department this is, review historic preservation codes. Zoning for sustainability, which has as an addendum embodied carbon initiative. Permitting process improvements. Analysis of the airport minus housing planning study. Vision Zero action plan and signal practice items. This is parking and TDM ordinance revisions, includes exploration of parking minimums. You'll start to see there's little color dots and other addendums here. This is other departments that are encumbered, right? CAO is these little yellow dots, they're everywhere. And then down here is unleaded gas at airport. This one is mission of boards and commissions, etc. Climate action plan update, and then the addendum here is if it means refining the roadmap to establish goals. If it meant something else, probably not, but you can visit with Jonathan about that. City partnership with county regarding encampments on county land to reduce fire risk. Clarify, codify affordability across policies and programs. Refresh existing and introduce new racial healing and human rights relations tools. Explore and align cultural and linguistic competency practices with the REI. And high utilizer program, and then here the addendum is without expansion of addition mental health opportunities. Yeah, that's not bad. So, council, in no particular order, we can visit about these. Who would like to start? Where you have a question for a director? We'll go to Tina, and then we'll go to Tara, and then Nicole.
I have a question on the analysis of the airport, whether it includes decommissioning one of the runways.
It sounds like that's a Natalie question.
So.
Natalie, do you mind coming up to the?
Oh, yeah, oh, I forgot to say.
Then you'll be under.
Yes, this is the staff policy area. Saved it just for you. And I think we need the mic fix. Yeah. And so now we can actually hear you. Awesome.
So decommissioning, so what we plan to bring forward to council is some more information that would help you make a decision around if we want to continue to explore airport closure. And part of that information would also include some additional options, because no matter if we do decide to continue to explore closure, we still have 18 more years of an airport. And so in those 18 years, there will be options to maybe mitigate impacts or help us have more sustainable funding to continue to operate the airport locally without FAA dollars. So that information will be included in the information that we're bringing forward in July. Does that help? Okay.
I have a question on a different sticky, but don't know if we should stay with airport.
I'm gonna stay with airport for a minute. Anyone else have clarifying questions on the airport sticky? Mark?
Yeah, I mean, we've gotten a lot of feedback asking for some review of the housing potentials there. I'm wondering, is there something that is less than a major study, but more like a conceptual study of what those potentials are? Otherwise, I'm not quite sure what we're deciding to do. If we're doing it in a vacuum, it makes a little less sense to me. We may not be able to go down that path. We may not desire to go down that path. But I think people are very interested in if we could, and if we did, what could that look like? And again, not a super formal study of every aspect of housing there, but just sort of a general discussion of what some of those potentials.
So, yeah, I understand the question. I think from a work plan standpoint for this year, it would be challenging to fit in even just a high level conceptual analysis around what housing kind of could be accommodated at the airport. And that certainly would be a next step. I think our hope is that we can get some clarity from council in July, in that July timeframe of, do we want to continue to head down this road of exploration? It doesn't mean in July, yes, we're closing the airport. It's that, are we continuing down this road? And if the desire is that we continue to explore it, then I think that would be one of the next steps. That would probably be a 2025 work plan item. Because there are other pieces that we'll have to continue to work on, and that would be one of them.
So in effect, this would be a conditional addition.
Exactly.
Any other questions on the airport item? Okay. Tina, I'm gonna give everyone a one bite of the apple, then I'll come back to you for your second one. Tara?
In regards to the underpasses, can you read that one more time?
Sure can. Pedestrian/bike path and underpass design and safety enhancements.
Joe's going to join me for this.
Yes. You'll notice team effort on the sticky too. There, see there's two colors.
And I would say if a group effort, feel free to come on up.
All right, what's your question, Tara?
My question is in regards to looking at lighting, looking at working with the arts community, what exactly do you mean that it's on our work plan? And do I just say, I don't want to have a priority that's already being worked on. I don't want to list a priority. So that I'm just trying to get clarity and not put you on the spot.
Sure, that's a good question to start with. And by the way, I'm Joe Tadiucci. I'm the Utilities Director. Our department does a lot of the cleanup work associated with unsanctioned camping, and underpasses are definitely a topic of interest for our team and for the community because of safety. And so we have had ongoing discussions about certain measures that we could take. I know Natalie and the transportation maintenance team did some painting with lighter colors last year. And we saw that had some positive effect. And we have talked on our own about adding lighting and other things like that. So I don't know that it's explicitly in the work plan as something you could point to, and it's obviously what you're talking about. But we have some of those same measures in mind that you're suggesting. And I think we could easily build the program, probably cover some things in 2024 and add it to the 2025 work plan. Natalie and I talked, and we think that if we just took a few underpasses at a time and kind of did a year-to-year program, it would be manageable and wouldn't break the bank. So
That's just what I want.
Yeah, and I'll just add, just as a reminder, last year we did turn on the underpasses that had lighting. We turned those on 24/7. That was about a $30,000 increase to our budget. And we also retrofitted, we took the opportunity to just retrofit all of our underpass lights to LED at that time. Where things are at with our underpass lighting is really kind of what we can do within our constrained budget.
Thank you.
And so I think we would be looking, Joe and I have talked, when we think about what we could do in the next 2 years around our underpasses, it would really be looking at, painting or art, and there would be maybe opportunity for lighting, but that would be probably one of the lower opportunities.
Okay, yeah. So then we don't need to put it on the work plan, is that what you're saying? Or we do?
You mean to elevate it to a priority?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I think we could make it more explicit in our own staff work plan, if that works for with CMO and others, and so you wouldn't necessarily have to assign a council priority
Yeah.
to that.
Other questions or comments on this one, Taisha?
On this topic. And I think this goes to just, if it's already something that's on the work plan, just the reporting, right? And the reporting frequency and type will, I think will be very helpful. So if something to.
It's a good reminder, we said that yesterday too, yeah.
So Natalie, if we wanted to add more lighting sooner, would that be more of a budgetary decision than a work plan priority?
It would, we would need to look at some, what are some opportunities where we could, the kind of technical constraint is we could add lighting on the outside of what exists today with our underpasses, but that puts just a pretty big burden on staff from a maintenance perspective because it's more likely to be vandalized. It's really challenging for us to go back and retrofit underpasses and add conduit into the concrete. That would be a pretty massive capital project that we don't have funding for.
So some practical obstacles, but with more, we could make some progress.
Yeah.
I do understand our budget is constrained, though, but we could come back to it in the budgetary process.
I would add to what Natalie said, the underpasses and the multi-use paths have multiple different purposes, and certainly the path itself and the transportation and recreation benefits, but they're also flood and drainage way components of our flood utility system. So again, Natalie and I have been talking about how we fund things and how we partner, and we may have some options.
Council, anything else on that item? Okay, Nicole.
I have a general question about this whole process, and then I have one specific question.
Okay,
Can I do both?
yes.
The general question is, there are some things on that wall that I would have expected to be on that floor. Is there an opportunity to ask questions about that?
Yes.
Perfect. Then my question for this specifically, is that I was wondering if staff could, speak to the, human rights tools and just explain a little bit more about what that is, what we can expect.
This is the refresh existing and introduce new racial healing and human rights and relations tools. All right.
I'm happy to start and maybe Amy, you can add if you want to. And actually, I was really excited to see this and thank Taisha for bringing that up. On the particularly the human rights ordinance, and this is a conversation Amy has brought up and we've been having, and thank Elizabeth and Kurt, we've been having that conversation with them as well, and along with CAO. The human rights ordinance hasn't been looked at in quite a long time, actually. And as we've been thinking about it, we've had conversations, and in fact, we've had conversations with the HRC about shifting the commission under equity and belonging. I don't think that we, as a city, I think they've been doing a great job under HHS, but I don't know if we as a city where it is, we have leveraged the HRC in sort of the breadth and scope that we could. Just as it has been living under HHS, not because not anybody's fault really, but we really could be leveraging the HRC in many, many different ways. And as we have been thinking about, particularly with minimum wage possibly coming on the horizon, there are many different ways to think about it, and we want to be broader in that scope. I have become a convert, Amy came to thinking about equity and belonging in much broader ways. And as we have started in the city with racial equity, really thinking more broadly about belonging and equity in much broader terms. I believe Taisha was thinking and speaking to that in her statements. And so really thinking about and thinking about the ways in which Amy and frankly, the equity ambassadors have been thinking about our LGBTQ communities, about belonging, and thinking about the affinity groups in much broader ways with people with disabilities, accessibility. We've been doing a lot of work in that area. I love the affinity groups and how that has frankly captured the attention of our organization, and thinking about the racial equity tools. I appreciate some of the learnings that Taisha has brought forward from NLC, and know that some of the sort of the racial healing tools that you have thought of are sort of already incorporated in our racial equity plan already. And so
wanting to broaden that and really disseminate that more broadly in our organization. I am sure I have not spoken to that as eloquently as Amy does, so I'll shift over to Amy.
I
to
think you
about
did a
that.
great job. There's follow-up questions that you have to answer.
Yeah, clarify. It sounds like it's kind of a mix of internal city focused work with our staff, our culture here, as well as a little bit of extra work too. Is that there, is it mostly internal?
I would say most of the focus has been internal, but I would be remiss in saying that I think a lot of the work, I think Amy's team has been tagged, and Amy, you'll know better than I will, has actually been tagged to do a lot of work with our external partners. I know Amy has been tagged to do some work with CU, has been tagged to do work with the chambers, has been tagged to do a variety of work with our external partners.
Yep. Amy, do you mind to come up here?
There, I know. Hot seat.
Oh, that's absolutely correct. So Amy Kane, Equity Officer for the city. I use she, her pronouns. And yeah, absolutely everything that Nuri's been saying is very on point. With the city's equity work really started initially internally, right? You gotta clean up your own house before you can start going out into other spaces. And with that being said, there's no way to keep it out of community, and all the work that we all do collectively is really as stewards of democracy, including the people in that work. And so, yes, we've been participating more, partnering more, particularly in Colorado, Boulder, and then also with our partners at the chamber, some of the programming that we're standing up with and with our business equity programming that's coming down the pike. That's going to be very externally focused. The work that we do with community connectors and residents in conjunction with our communication and engagement department, that's all external work. And so, and also utilizing the racial equity instrument, right? Like coming to you all with projects, policy decisions, that tool being more robustly utilized. And to the point with the NLC 4A's framework, technically, we do have that already woven within our racial equity plan, and yet it's not showing up in spaces with the utilization of our racial equity instrument as it could be. And so really leaning into that space, I think is the next iteration of that work. And I really thank you, Councilmember Tate Adams, for bringing that, lifting that up in the way locally, really bringing that up, because we've got a lot of work to do in this space. This isn't a type of work that's ever one and done. It's always an evolution, and it's always a learning process. So we're excited about it.
Other questions on this one?
I would just, always lift up accountability. So my brouhaha is that we've got tons of great policies, but they're not enforced and they're not resourced and they're not, and so therefore they might as well not exist. So that's why I don't work so hard to get policy on, because I've seen that come and go. If it's not a part of a package of, okay, we set the policy, how are we gonna make sure it's resourced, how are we gonna make sure it's monitored and enforced? And so, the acknowledgement again and again and again, I'm getting half the story, or just the part that's convenient and not the whole story. So the full picture, the full policy. So that's where I'm curious again about how we ensuring that we're holding ourselves accountable, and then how does the community hold us accountable to what we've said in our policies? Thank you.
Thanks.
So mine is about the parking and TDM. So who wants to come up and be in the hot seat on that one?
I'm gonna stop calling it the hot seat. This is like an interrogation.
Who would like to join us for a friendly conversation?
It's the garden. It's the garden of ideas. Yes. Join the veterinarian.
Welcome to the friendly table. So just, what do we, Heather was saying, what do you mean by elevating? Because I knew this was already on the work plan and I was elevating it. In part to make sure that the removing of parking minimums was on the table is one of the things that we're considering. But the other bit is just to make sure that it didn't fade off of the work plan and get replaced by everything. So do you think, is this doable within the next 12 to 18, maybe 20 months? If we don't put it on the top priorities, is it still going to get done in the next couple of years?
Yeah, so I have not had the chance to introduce myself, so thank you for that. I'm Brad Mueller, Director of Planning and Development Services, and I think we agreed on structure. Okay. We do have this on work plan, Mayor. We are really seeing it as a comprehensive approach to, in fact, we've struggled with the name, whether the parking should be in the name. It's really a three-legged stool that is looking at all of the traditional elements that are part of zoning related to off-street parking. So that's your parking minimums, maximums, how many EVs, how many handicap spaces, those types of things. It's also looking at the PDM model. Historically, that's been an option that's available for applicants. We have found that in the last couple of years, applicants for new development, that is, we have found that applicants are always doing that. So we want to give them more direction, give them more options, give them more results-based ideas of how that can be approached in a more systematic way. And then the third part is looking at the neighborhood parking program. Traditionally, as you all know, council members, that's been a reaction of some sort to increased parking in an area, whether it's Chautauqua or downtown or the university. Is there an opportunity to turn that on its head and ask the question of how can this prospectively be used? That opens up many other questions, of course, as well. We already have a task force team defined across the three departments for that. And I think while we haven't scoped it completely yet, I think we're somewhere in the 18 to 20 month range.
So in other words, yes,
Yes.
right, but the additional explanation is helpful as well. Yeah.
Council, any other questions on this one? Yes.
No, no.
Okay, great. Yeah, go ahead, Matt.
Um,
Are we releasing these guys?
we can, yeah, oh,
Oh, yep,
Not to interrupt you on this one.
yep, go ahead,
moving on, but.
go ahead, Brian. You have this one.
Thank you, Brad. And just to confirm, so we should expect on the off-street minimums to at least have a chance to look at, excuse me, a scenario to eliminate parking minimums.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anything else? All right, did you need these two or can I?
We can excuse Brad, but I'm gonna keep battling this.
Brad, you're excused from the Imaginarium. Yes.
So mine's regarding the Vision Zero action plan. And I think that was meant to be encompassing probably to some extent, whether it be permissive lefts, right on red, some of those pieces that I had touched on there. And so my question really is, I know in the work plan, there's, 560 total projects. There's a top projects by department. And so I just sort of want to get confirmation that the items within the Vision Zero action plan, and I know you have December 31st, 2024, it's awfully specific date. We're not going to hold you to that. But I love the specificity.
Hold the time on your calendar.
Because I definitely want to come out and use it. It's definitely what I'm to. So, I put those items in my work plan in a similar state for Aaron, just to kind of get that just sort of anchored confirmation that this is coming to us. And in light of some of the other priorities that are going to impact your department, that should we embark on some of those, do you see the Vision Zero action plan implementation really being anchored because it's really core work plan, or do you see it sliding or falling off, given some of the other priorities that may be impacting your department?
So I think related to the signal practices work, I don't think that's going to shift. That'll continue. We've already started a lot of work somewhat related to just Vision Zero action plan items in this kind of bucket of really like our standards and the way that we're conducting ourselves, from our speed limit setting to pedestrian crossing treatment guidelines. And then the next kind of item for us is the signal practices work. I think what's important to hear from council is if there's a desire for there to be a policy discussion related to signal practices, then we just need to have clear guidance around that. Otherwise, we really would treat it as engineering judgment and a technical exercise. And I think it makes sense if council's interested in banning right turn on reds or banning permissive lefts. There's trade-offs associated with those things. From an engineering perspective, we probably wouldn't land in a place of banning. And so I think there would be a policy conversation there. And that would be good to know if that's desired. But otherwise, it's going to happen on the work plan this year. And it will potentially, if we're adding in a policy conversation, it will extend the timeline and the scope of the project, because naturally that just.
Sure, and I guess my question is, because I don't know what the end result of some of that work is. And that might get really close to the desired impact that banning a permissive left might have.
Right.
And so, or maybe it falls really short of a policy expectation. So I'm just wondering, it might seem premature to decide it now, but is there a way to sort of reserve the right that as we get along that process and we hear some of that review, we might say, you know what, this actually might need a little bit of extra juice in terms of a policy decision. And so I'm just, versus, I think it's premature to decide now because what you determine work may cover most of what we're looking for. And so I don't know, so that's why I'm sort of struggling with how to land here.
Yeah, I think along the way, so we're coming to council next week, right, to talk about Vision Zero action plan, that we'll share some information about what's on the work plan this year related to this item. And then we can continue, keep you apprised as we move forward with the work.
Do we foreclose, and I say this in general with colleagues, if we don't sort of say, hey, there is a policy discussion to be had now, do we foreclose that option when we get further down the road with Vision Zero action plan and maybe realize, oh, maybe we do need that? Because that's just a hard thing to decide at this point without having, we're learning about it next week. So it seems like we got the cart before the horse a little bit.
I would say this, like, right, it happens at some point that you may want to notify for any work plan item. It's not that it can't occur in the future, but it will depend on staff capacity. So if council priorities that you choose now has staff capacity filled up, then you'll have to have that conversation about a trade-off. Then if Vision Zero 6 months down the line or next year, in a place that you want to take a policy direction and you want to go in a different direction, you'll have Natalie coming at you and say, well, now we got to have a different conversation. It's the same thing, frankly, that would happen if there's a PNDS item that you want to put on the table because the opportunity has come up. Legislation has happened that now you want to take a stance on something, whatever that may be, that requires some work from PNDS, and you may have to now come back and take a stance. So you can always add work to the work plan. It just means something has to come off. So I would never say you foreclose the opportunity. It just means something has to come off.
I know I'm just a week early.
Yeah. I don't know that you'll know in a week.
I don't know that.
You'll know in a week. Yeah, that's the reality.
Fair point.
Yeah.
Other questions about this item?
Just a quick opinion on this. So I think this is absolutely a values laden area of work. The question of how dangerous or safe, I mean, this is political to die. So it's definitely policy oriented. At the same time, I'm confident with asking the department to move forward. I'm just picking up a little bit on it. It's more in my mind than an engineering decision, although maybe that question is what is engineering. But anyway, I'm comfortable moving forward, recognizing that I'm very interested in looking at the public health aspects of this from a values perspective.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I just want to put a feather in it, just say that there may be some policy that we come back to, just so you're not blindsided by it. And so it's there, and if we're good, we're good. If not, then we may talk about that.
Yeah. Mark, did you have a thought on that one?
No, I have a different.
Okay, great. Mark has one, then Taisha, go.
Is this an appropriate time for me to ask a question about something on this?
Nope, stay on this one first, and then we'll come back to this. Okay, please hold. Taisha.
I just go back to the reporting frequency and expectations around reporting and grain sizes, so then we don't fall off. And again, I think this could be potentially reconciled by the dashboard that is being put together and just making sure that we're constantly referencing and that we have those set times because, to the point, like we can't just wait for a study session to have this information and, what I mean, just having some more frequency and expectations around when we discuss things would be very helpful. Thank you.
Natalie's still there, so I'm gonna ask another one. If you don't mind, different subject on her.
Nope, I'm not gonna let you do that because it's other people.
Oh, other people, sorry.
Yep, good.
High utilizer.
Okay.
So if we prioritize it, does it happen faster or is it, there's so many moving parts to this that we just have to wait for everybody to get on board? Ooh, that's you.
Yeah.
That's me.
Good
morning, Carl Castillo, Chief
That answered my
Officer.
question.
What's up?
That answered my question that you're answering.
Is there
Wow.
is there anything else you need to know?
The question has been answered and now you know.
Well,
What's the question? What's the question? Okay, great, okay, so I make sure. Good.
Okay, so high utilizers program. What we can say as far as the work plan item, we know that a high utilizers collaboration of interagency groups will continue to meet throughout 2024 to identify ways to deliver services more efficiently and share data. That much is a given. That will continue. That doesn't require any additional council prioritization. The big thing is the high utilizers program, the proposed program, which is the one that we briefed council on. And on that one, we are in a fundraising stage where we have to identify how to raise about 5.2 million for the first year, 2 million for the second year. Essentially, it's a pilot program. That part is in a stage of development. So we're trying to identify both the process by which we will use to solicit funds, both from different public sources, whether that be making a request to council, going to the state, seeking a federal earmark, asking the county for money, but then very much going to private sector, foundations, individuals. That is in an area where, you know, what I cannot promise to you is that we will have succeeded in the fundraising within a year. So there is an uncertainty there, and certainly a council, I don't want to suggest that it needs to be moved to prioritization, but one thing that it would add to it is an indication that would support perhaps a seed money contribution from the city, which could be which could make it easier for us to get additional funds. Does that answer your question?
Sounds to me like I should ask you to move over there.
that's up to you.
I'm thinking probably.
Yep, go ahead, Mark.
Just to add to that answer, Carl, I think council will be asked to prioritize the program either through the budget process, and certainly having it on our list of priorities helps kind of indicate where council's at on that. What type of funding? Is it for the development work and some smaller seed money? There's some work going on right now to identify potentially a development consultant to help with that. We're hoping that cost is shared across all of our regional partners. But the city will have to play a funding role. I think having a gauge on where council's at will be important. We can certainly have that conversation during the budget process, but it will be had at some point.
Okay, there are other council questions or comments on this one? Yep.
Yes, just wanted to clarify the number of people that we're talking about with this, that will be served by this $5 million initial investment and $1 million thereafter. Sorry, 2 million annually afterwards. And yeah, so how many people are we talking about?
So we have a high utilizers baseline list that has varied between 30 45 individuals.
Okay.
It is an evolving list, so in any given year, some people were taken out of homelessness, removed from homelessness, and others were added to it, but that's about the amount that we're looking at.
Okay, and just some quick math then on, so $5 million divided by 40 is $125,000. And so I just want us to be like super clear on this level of investment. I just think of our families experiencing homelessness and how much we're investing in them. And it's not oppression Olympics, it's just, so that's why I would love it to be a priority, because I do believe that we have some more conversation and thinking to do around that.
And I will indicate that as a startup cost, so the $5 million. So obviously, the first year, the cost per individual will be higher going on.
I was just gonna add some context to this, just.
But other people are in line on the same thing, so I'd love you to wait your turn.
Sure, okay, information.
I understand, but.
Maybe.
Tina, go ahead.
I just have a question. So it says not mental health services, so the 5 million and the 2 million, is that with no mental health services?
Actually, the intensive wraparound services that would be designed for this specific community would include behavioral mental health, so unless.
Sorry, Carl, I'm just gonna clarify. That just said that it does include mental health services. Why it was over here was that the initial scoping as presented by, Aaron, I think this was yours, was that it was added with additional support mental health. So what it was scoped for was as with the current wraparound services, but it wasn't scoped with additional mental health. That was what was gonna move it to a council priority as written, with just more.
Okay, so the way, and then the group that's doing this work would recommend the optimal amount of mental health services for Tracy
Yeah.
Hospital, is that?
It is, it does have mental health services.
It does. It could have more, I suppose, if people wanted.
Yeah.
That's what I thought, Natasha.
Two pieces of context. I know Tisha brought up the sort of what the cost per person is. And so the running number right now is it costs roughly about 65 or 67,000 per year
Yeah.
for the status quo. So, right, so just
Criminal justice.
just criminal justice, not the rest of the services. So, that cost analysis. The other piece that may anchor a little bit of this is the city has already submitted through a CDS request.
Yes.
CDS to the Congressional Discretionary Spending.
Yep.
More acronyms, for about $3 million. So the city's already, I mean, we're already going for trying to make this happen. So it's kind of already prioritized, because I would imagine that if we get that money from our senators and our congressmen, we probably need to use it for that very thing. It's not an open grant, right? So I think that kind of anchors us and commits us to that work in that sense. So I think that's where I'm not understanding, does it need to be moved over here, because we're pretty much doing that work and going all in on it in its current stage.
So
I don't know, I mean, that's.
Mary, what would
pretty
you
strong
advise
commitment.
if,
We're gonna-
what would be the difference in how staff would think about this item if it remained over here on the, we're on it list versus coming over here as a potential priority?
So it's a matter of signaling support, and potentially we would be able to leverage the council priority as additional fundraising leverage, if you will, for partners. So I think there is power in that ability, if that's the way we could do it. Council could support through letters of support, even if it weren't a council priority. So we could do it either way, but certainly if it were a council priority placed on the dashboard and we could leverage and show it that way, it would add additional strength. But
Aaron and Mark have thoughts on that?
Sorry, I'm
sorry, I thought you asked it, I'm so sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
So we know that Housing First is a tripod of housing, human, mental health and physical health and employment. And so I'm just curious in this program, where does the employment aspect, because that seems to be the weakest part of our tripod.
So let me answer a couple of things with that. Introduction. Kurt Schoenhauer, thank you. And I support the Department of Housing and Human Services. So if I could also answer a previous question of yours a little bit more as well about the significant cost in year one. So the biggest portion of that cost is investment in creating the actual housing that's needed for those people to reside in that program. And typically it takes $3 to $5 million to create that type of housing, but it's housing in perpetuity as well. So you could amortize that over forever. And so it's a real investment in the community as well, not just the individuals that it's serving. And then I'm sorry, what was the second question for that?
I didn't have a question about the money. I actually
Right.
just was affirming, like, I was actually clarifying, like, how much money were we using? I didn't have a question about that.
Right.
I actually had the question about the employment aspect
Sure.
of the high utilizer, because I'm hearing a lot of emphasis on mental health and housing, which again, we know are critical. But the research is very clear that employment and workforce development is also absolutely essential. So I'm curious, how does this opportunity also help us to strengthen in an area that we know is currently not as strong as it needs to be?
So sort of as you indicated, the housing first approach really is getting the people into housing so they can receive comprehensive services, towards success. And And employment is part of it, but it typically comes a little bit later. It will be part of our day service program as well. And so it's sort of something that occurs probably a little bit further on in the program.
So just point of clarification, there will be an employment element to this work.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Awesome. Aaron?
So what I'm wondering is to what extent we can combine some similar things, because we have at least a couple over here on the wall behind you, Heather, that could overlap with the high utilizer program, with more of an emphasis on high utilizer. For example, like the encampment to housing with public safety could be targeting a similar population, for services. So how are we going to blend that discussion in?
We can do that after we get through all the clarifying questions on these.
Okay.
And then we're gonna do some clarifying questions on these, and then I'm gonna give you some time to sort of look up here, and then you can have that conversation. Great, thank you for that. Did you have a thought on this before I
I
go?
want to make a quick comment, Council. In my group, you could move that to a priority and give the opportunity to get some information that we can share as a group in this high utilizer group when we are doing the fundraising. So if there is that policy discussion that needs to happen in more in depth, I think it should be happening sooner rather than later because of the community's concerns about what's going on throughout the community with our unhoused population, especially with mental health issues that are part of this program.
Yeah, will the analysis of this program also project out how it's going to be sustainably funded? Understand that we're reaching out for grants, so couch cushions and whatever. After year one, will we have a good understanding of what is going to be required moving forward? Which 2, 3 years follow.
Nicole, are you answering that question, or you had a similar question?
No, my question is actually very similar.
Okay,
So
great.
it's what is that $2 million now?
So if I could add a little bit to that, so some of this program support, I believe, will come through other agencies, either through Boulder County or health partners who are part of this collaborative work. So some of it could fit under their ongoing organizational budgets. There's also a push within some of our programs now to become more aligned to receive support through Medicare and Medicaid activities. And that's real key for the sustainability of some of this.
I think just to add a little bit to that, I think part of the hope or goal is that whether it's through a federal earmark or whatever source that we're able to get some seed money, demonstrate some success, which could result in cost savings and other programs that our partners would be experiencing. And that's kind of demonstrating success that they would be able to invest towards a permanent program. But some of this is kind of fund it as you go with figuring out a permanent funding source. And so the initial focus, and correct me if I'm wrong, team, is trying to get that seed money to get the program, to get the housing built, program stood up. And hopefully through your demonstrating success along the way, and then our partners, and the city as one of the partners, would be identifying permanent funding over that period of time, which would, be out a few years.
May I ask a quick follow-up? Yep. As a new and essentially experimental program, is there a period of time you are projecting for that experiment to show good results?
Yeah, we have spoken about, without formally agreeing, that perhaps like a 3-year period might be appropriate.
Nicole, and then Ryan, are you on this topic or something else?
Something else.
Okay, great.
So I'm still trying to understand, I think the answer I'm looking for is really short and simple, but give me a few extra words. to explain it to you. So Bluebird cost us $3 million. We housed 40 people. From my understanding, there's no extra, but that's it. It was a one-time $3 million cost for that. Everything else is kind of being taken care of with Medicaid, whatever else from here on out. So I'm trying to figure out what's different, that this one requires $2 million a year. Like it's $3 million plus $2 million, and not $2 million in potentially ongoing. What's what's different, what's there? Like, is it, were we not housing sort of high utilizer type people in Bluebird? Those that I'm not getting.
So, there were, Bluebird certainly housed a number of very challenging, or individuals with a lot of challenges. The high utilizers, I think, are be another level above that as far as the number of challenges and probably having more interactions with the justice system. Not that some of Bluebird didn't. But these individuals we know will require sort of more direct behavioral health services on a very regular basis. And for some of them, it will require more significant substance use treatment as part of that as well, because the housing with wraparound services simply isn't enough for some individuals.
So to clarify my understanding, we were saying initially, what's going on with it right now is working to get us to a place where we have everything that's. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so if we take no action, it's moving forward, we're working on getting these extra support services in place for people. It's on its way. That's correct.
It's on its way, and I think where part of this discussion and, you know, maybe a little bit later, right, is this is council want to have a broader discussion about how this is tied into the other things, as Aaron suggested. Do you want to perhaps lift it up for the purposes of giving us some leverage in fundraising? Or are you comfortable with the plan as we've outlined it and we continue down this path of hopefully being able to cobble together the funding sources as we presented a few months ago? So I think those are some of the options.
So once we get through the clarifying questions on both walls, and then we'll break for lunch. And at lunch, you could talk to each other, members of council, or visit with staff. And say, we'd like to sort of make a new stick, combine, reframe, et cetera, et cetera. What are you shaking your head about?
Oh,
We're gonna make it.
I think lunch might be too late if we get through every question.
It might be, we'll see. And I will not make you sit here. I'm sorry, I just decided you have to sit here until. And so we'll break at noon, irrespective of where we are. Okay, cool. And then if you have questions, you can also visit with directors. All right. I have several people who have questions on different stickies, and I haven't heard from Ryan, so we'll go Ryan, Tina, and then Matt. Looks like you had another one too. And Lauren's got one. Oh, fantastic. So we'll go Ryan and then Lauren.
Thank you.
Yep.
I have just a few clarifying questions about the scope of climate initiative. Do we have the climate initiative director?
Jonathan, come on.
So I'm just curious, you had.
So I need to, you're gonna swear me in?
Yeah, sir. Do you solemnly swear to just be awesome?
Hello, everybody. Good morning, Jonathan Cohen. I serve as the Director of the Climate Initiatives Department. Ryan, ready to go.
Thank you, sir. So we had a few proposals, so just want to sort of check the scope of what you're planning. These are, what are some of the proposals? Maybe I'll just start, I had a couple ones to check on. So I think the sticky points out to an update on targets. And so does that mean mitigation targets? And or could it also mean resilience or just transition or any other targets in the scope?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So I'll start by saying the existing targets that we have right now, community-wide, were codified by council in October of 2021. There was a resolution that was done to do that. And so what we're contemplating is looking at kind of expanding that scope. So I think if council has an interest in actually tightening up or reframing or refining some of the existing targets, that would be good to know. But what's in scope right now is to look at some expansion to think about how would we evaluate some of our work around climate justice and around resilience and adding those in and kind of packaging so we have a more complete and holistic view of what we're trying to accomplish in Tyson.
Great, so that could be in flight without a work plan. Right. Very good. Should I keep going or just a couple more?
Sure.
Yeah. All right, cool. I was asking for a focus on some deeper operationalization of climate initiatives into city decision making as part of my priority proposal. Is that anything like that possibly in scope?
If I understand what you're asking, I would say that it's not in scope on this particular item that's over on that sticky right there. And the reason I answer that way, Ryan, is that traditionally, when we think about a climate action plan, it's more community focused. And so it's really looking at what are our goals? What are our strategies to achieve those goals? What's the plausible roadmap to get from here to there? And so what you're describing is more of an internal process, and I wouldn't say that that's what's being contemplated in a broader update with respect to kind of our climate action planning effort here locally. We I think as a staff team, need to spend a little time understanding and unpacking what it is you're asking for, what that might look like, how that kind of interfaces across various departments, how that changes decision-making. So I think that's a bigger work plan item that I wasn't necessarily contemplating here.
Great, and there's two other things to check on. I'm very interested in a more formal, organized annual reporting to city council to make more of a public, organized check-in on our strategic planning issues. Any chance that might be part of the work to consider?
It is, right. And what I want to say about that is annually, we do a couple of things. First of all, we issue our greenhouse gas inventory. We issue our fleet and facilities inventory, our consumption-based inventory. And we don't spend much time kind of levelizing that with council, so you can understand like what did we accomplish during the year? What were the factors that kind of led to success? What are some of our pinch points and challenges? And where are we going next in terms of making sure that we're staying on that roadmap to achieve what we need to achieve? And so we have started talking about what that would look like on a more regular cadence with council and the community. The other piece that I want to mention here too is that when we think about a climate plan update, what I don't want to suggest is that we're going to just redo what we've always done, because there are a number of things that we want to look at differently. First of all, not just the kind of technocratic way to achieve these goals, but there's a process to engage people in a more meaningful way, to really understand what people need and how they want to interface, and how do we make programs accessible to everybody, and how do we make sure that when we think about a climate action plan, are we contemplating the disproportionate impacts that climate has on our community? So those are different dimensions of a traditional climate action plan, and that's what we've been scoping right now and starting to kind of wade into. I know that's not a direct response to your question, which could have been just, yes, we do want to go to the council more frequently to give you evidence.
Okay, last question. I am very excited about hearing from your team on proposed code changes, your wish list, your things that the city council can help with policy changes. Could that fit in something that's already in flight?
At risk of phoning a friend, which I'm looking at, Mr. Brad Mueller, I don't think you need to, well, if you want to get up, come on up, that's fine. I think one of the things I wanted to acknowledge and recognize is this great partnership between my department and others, particularly Brad and his team, starting to look at the whole suite of regulation and code that we have at our disposal and starting to orient perhaps in a way that reaches the outcomes that we're seeking, or at least as I hear you saying that you're seeking. So Brad and I have had some conversation, but I really want to stress there is a lot, I think, on Brad's plate right now and with his team to be very thoughtful about how we start reorganizing and reorienting and recalibrating some of our code. I think there are a few big things that we want to be thinking about, the Boulder Valley Comp Plan being a really important one coming up. But through this partnership that we've had now for a while, particularly over the past year, on the energy code, looking at the building code, looking at the work program item that you see already around embodied carbon. I think there was there's an acknowledgement that council is interested in looking at some landscape code changes and updates for different outcomes. And so, Brad, I just wanted to give you an opportunity to save me from saying something that I should have.
No, thanks. So I'm going to speak to this a little bit, Ryan, about one of the other particular ones there, and that's the embodied carbon initiative. But I'll back up a little bit and say that we did deliberately, as two teams, develop a charter between the departments this last 6 or 8 months, deliberately because not because we weren't working together, not because it needed fixing, but just to really emphasize to ourselves and to the teams about the interdependence of all of these types of actions. And the reason I mentioned the embodied energy is we really want to make sure that we're taking a look at that as an initiative and not just through the lens of what's the next code we can We want to, here, there's another three-legged stool of codes. You know, we do need to have the stick available, so to speak, but we also want to make sure that we're looking at education and initiatives and also enforcement. Because as somebody said in a different context earlier, Alicia, I think it was you know, whatever rule we put on in whatever context, in whatever department, is only as good as our ability to enforce on that. And that gets tricky because some of these items that we're talking about are not universally measured yet. There's not a standard approach. Many of you or all of you have seen that Edward Stafford's going to be leaving us, but Edward has, as part of the organization, he's going to be joining the American Society of Civil Engineers. They are looking to develop a standard of what embodied energy actually means so that there's some consensus around that so that we can both measure it and then enforce it. And I can elaborate further, but that's just an example of how we are operationalizing that. That's helpful.
Same way? Yep, yes. So I lifted up this piece around the 2016, 2017 plans and talked with you previously about that. Anything that is on my plans, I've talked to the heads of departments about. So I just wanna level set on that and align with boards and commissions and the community letters as well. So those were not for naught. And there was real intentionality around trying to lift up things that were on the citywide plan, recognizing that things can't happen by staffing, driven by staff alone. And that the more, the broader our course. So the question that I have is, if you could speak to some of the conversation that we had around the updates to the plans and the particular opportunities that we have to kind of draw in some of the other departments and be more explicit, similar to the work that you've done, because it's the right thing to do. But again, as we're kind of broadening it out to the larger community, do you see some opportunities for stronger relationships between housing and human services, for example, in our climate initiatives work? Sorry.
Yeah, no, thanks, Taisha. I appreciate the question. And you and I had I think, a great conversation about kind of the evolution of our locally based climate work. And I want to start by just acknowledging, I think, the strength that I see behind you. And climate action is not something that is born nor directed by one department. It's something that is embedded throughout this entire organization, the community. And when I say I look to the folks in this room who have really, really embraced and are true champions of our climate work as a community. And so it isn't that we aren't doing, it's how do we continue to enhance and strengthen and show those synergies and opportunities. And that's really exciting to me. And so we've been able to find really, really great points of intersect across all of our departments. The challenge is that there's always a trade-off conversation in terms of how do you lead and what does that look like and how do you organize and resource and all of the things.
Okay.
And so the opportunity that I want to just be direct with you on is that one of the things we did talk about is really starting to lift up and start to give flight to our resilience work more broadly. And so I know that there were some comments that you had about aligning kind of our existing climate work, updating that. You may have noticed that a reboot of our overall citywide resilience strategy is on our work plan. We want to be very thoughtful about how we move into that space because resilience, again, touches all departments in a really, really deep way. So making sure that we are coming at that in a very holistic approach. I don't think that that's going to get done this year. That's a constant journey, but I think we can start really scoping and determining what that can look like and bring that to council in a way that you can start to see how those things kind of stitch together and how it really does start to bring in and fold in all of the departments. So hopefully that answered your question.
Okay, let's see if we could bang out one more before lunch. Lauren?
Zoning for sustainability. I know you kind of already started to talk on that a little bit with the carbon capturing, measuring. I was wondering, so I had a number of very specific items in my list around trying to achieve higher levels of sustainability through sort of carrots rather than sticks. And so would that work be included in what is currently visioned?
Yes, what and how that looks like exactly is still in that scoping phase, but that is philosophically very much the intention. That's gets back to the three-legged stool that I kind of described of, let's make sure we're looking at a program, if I can use that word, for embodied carbon that is not just about regulations, but it's about incentives, it's about education, it's about enforcement. So I think philosophically, that aligns, but if there's more nuance that we need to be considering, please.
No, I understand, because I had like 4 pretty clear bullet points about what I wanted to have included in that project, and if we don't raise it as a work plan item, I won't be surprised down the line if I'm like, so this includes that thing, and you're like, no, that would have had to be a work plan ask.
Yeah, just to point to some of those, looking at them again, things like zoning changes, building code changes, stormwater code changes, those types of things, I think really speaks to the holistic nature of it. And tell me if you disagree, but I think that's our commitment between the teams. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so lots of people have what the one more. And so the first that I saw on the one more list was Tina, and then Nicole, and then Matt, and Lauren's got another. Who else has another one more? Okay, just a couple. Okay, so it's gonna be fine. And then, but we'll break at noon. And then just on those, yeah, and then we still got this whole situation.
Generally or just the private?
Those generally.
Oh, okay, sorry,
Oh, just on the private thing? Oh, yeah, please go ahead then, sorry.
And it was just around, as this work is kind of coming through, we talked a lot about the interdepartmental efforts. Will we also be hearing about the community partnerships that are ongoing? Because I know there's, for example, conversations with indigenous groups, with climate justice groups that are informing our work. Will we have an opportunity to hear about that as well as part of the standard of what's going on?
100%. Yes, thank you. And thanks for asking that question. So if just so everybody heard, just to make sure that we're also including all of the community-based voices and thinking about how we're moving forward on local-based climate action and any updates that we're doing. So yes, there obviously, when I said climate action, it's not just one department, it's not just our organization either. It's all this ecosystem of all of the organizations and individuals in our community. They play such a vital role in that. And so yes, that would be part of any update or any conversation that we have.
Yeah. Can I just confirm that there'll be a strong youth voice in that?
Yes.
There you go.
Sorry.
In our youth council.
Yeah.
Big shout out. Okay. For a second round, you're good? Okay, so my second round list is fairly long. I have on it now, Matt, Lauren, Mark, anyone else? Nicole?
I still have my question about the general.
That
Stuff over here that I thought I would have gotten.
right, yeah, that's a whole separate thing, yep. But do you also still have a question on some of those? Okay, great, thank you, all right, Matt, let's see if, we got 5 minutes, can we do one yours? I love, quick is bonus, but it's quick, go.
It is quick, and it was an oversight on mine not to touch on this with regards to the airport, because I was focused on the thoughts that were happening, so sorry, Natalie, I'm sorry. So this is really pertaining to that fork in the road that we have on the decision later this summer on whether we are or not going to explore closure of the airport, right? So as Mark brought up, there was sort of like, well, if we pursue the closure, there's contingent things we want to then add to that discussion. Well, on the reverse side, if we choose not to close the airport, I'm wondering about, infrastructure for unleaded gas. As we know, the FAA is not going to be phasing that until 2030. We can count on that as far as we can throw a chair, right? So we'll see. But I'm curious, we still have major environmental concerns that we want to maybe look to address, and can we address those ourselves? So if the fork in the road is we are not going to pursue close to the airport and we are going to work on sustaining and building that infrastructure, would something like exploring infrastructure for unleaded gas be something that fork in the road would entail and encompass as we go forth after we make that decision? So.
Yes, and I never introduced myself. I'm Natalie, still learning the structure of transportation.
I've been wondering when you are.
It's got all the time I want to introduce themselves. I was like, oh, how do I do that? So unleaded gas, we are going to pursue on the work plan at some point eventually, no matter either decision, right? So with closure or without closure, it just changes our options. If we hear from council that closure is not on the table and we're going back to accepting FAA grants, then we have, ample funding opportunities with the FAA to pursue unleaded fuel. If closure continues to be on the table, then we would look to essentially long-term leases, and that's something we'll be talking about in July with you. We have not been doing long-term leases of the 20 to 30-year range right now out at the airport. That would be something that we would want to, a strategy we'd want to employ again, even if we are pursuing closure. And that would give us opportunities to get a variety of fueling types out at the airport in the future.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
That was inside 5.
That was nice.
Lauren.
Reviewing historic preservation codes, my understanding was that the initial scoping of that was pretty narrow. And so I wasn't sure that that would be able to accomplish creating more predictability or different levels of preservation and sort of allowing for more, allowing for a larger percentage of projects to upgrade for wildfire resiliency and energy code.
There are probably 2 opportunities, which I think still keep this over there, but certainly, open to feedback from you and other council members. One is, we already do have on the work plan an update to the historic preservation plan, which is just due for an update. That's the historic preservation equivalent of a comprehensive plan for everybody's benefit. We envision that as giving direction towards code updates. And really being the appropriate precursor to that. Certainly get happy for feedback otherwise on that. In terms of processing and timelines, I think there might be an opportunity for us to simply provide an update on metrics we already have. Some of that is misperceived, I think, in the community, and maybe that's simply an opportunity that would not necessarily need a work plan item.
For processing like demolition permits and things like that.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, I think my concern there was less with the time to process those when they're approved, but what happens if they're not approved and sort of the long drawn out battle that kind of can
Gotcha.
create afterwards.
Yeah. Here again, I wonder if it's just best to start with an IP or update in that regard and see if there's still what the level of kind of focus would be on that, if that's acceptable. Okay.
That's all for lunch, Mark.
Okay, this is for Brad and maybe Jonathan. And correct me if I'm wrong, I did not hear either of you speak to Lauren's suggestion that we either prioritize or incentivize more sustainable methods of construction. Is that in contemplation?
Yes, and need Jonathan. Now it's my time to phone a friend. I guess our conception, and again, I apologize if I'm not seeming transparent in answering this about the scope not being defined on that project yet, but as envisioned, Councilmember, I think we would see that as being an integral piece to that overall initiative. To the degree that it doesn't cover other aspects that might be recognized beyond that, I think it would be important for us to identify those then as separate items for council.
Is there anything we can do legislatively to discourage the use of concrete?
That's a very interesting question. Here, the other friend Carl in the room might, we can put that on radar for kind of state level discussions. Yeah.
We're like, which Carl? Like all the Carls. Oh, you're good. All right. That you good?
I'm good.
Fantastic. Oh, straight up 12 o'clock. before we get excited, a couple of things. If you have already in your mind, council members, a rescoping or a combining of these, please feel free to visit with the department director so that you're all on the same page. You can do that during lunch. We have a whole half hour, like, wow. If you want to come up here and just have a gander at what's here and ensure that your idea is here, please have a look and then check in with either Nuria or the directors. If you feel like it's not, happy to sort that out. When we come back from lunch, we will start with your questions about these. I'm gonna tell you a little bit about these. They're over here for a reason, a little special case here. And then we shall carry on. So fantastic morning. Also, before we break, Brian did this cool thing that we do in stakeholder groups. I don't know if anyone noticed it, but it was sweet. He was like, I cannot catch that woman's eye that saved my life. And so he just put his little table tent on its edge like that. This is how we do it with stakeholder groups. Works great. So if you want to keep catching my eye, that's totally fine, but this is also super cool. Whatever works for you, works for me. I have mine. Bonus points for you. All right, everybody, lunch, go. Staff, can let council get lunch first and then hop in line? That'd be great. Okay. Couple of things before we get into your questions about the items on this wall. I did see many of you talking to directors and Nuria and such at the break, so that was great. But one item that I wanted to visit with you about, Sarah Huntley came to me in the break and she said that, Sarah, it is your understanding that what staff is already doing on this item is what was intended by, I think, Taisha, this was your work plan item. Do you agree that what they're already doing is what you were hoping?
I agree.
Fantastic. In that case, this goes over here on the official, it's gonna happen anyway list.
But we're gonna keep a close eye on it and have good regular reporting.
All right. Okay. I have two other items over here that I wanted to visit with you about. Teresa, yes, ma'am. You appear to have had a lovely night's sleep, and then this morning reported that if there was a nod of 5 on Title II updates for accessibility and or executive session charter change, with a nod of 5, these could just go over and go on to the gonna happen anyway and don't have to be a priority list. Is that correct?
It is correct. I would say a little more about the Title II,
Okay.
the update for accessibility. So let me start with executive session. That is not a heavy lift, and it is routine for us to do things that are kind of small bite size coming out of the charter committee. And so that didn't feel like something to me that you all would have to name as a priority in order for me to fit it in the CAO work plan. So I wanted to let you know that, but I would still need to know that there are at least 5 people who want to move forward with that.
So let's pause on that one. Do you have a question? Okay, question first, Tina.
And this is to move forward with it, but have the option to not move forward with it later if you feel there are too many things on the ballot and might.
Yeah, it's a really good question. That's right. What this would be would, and I guess we was not here today, but we could talk more about, do you want me to draft it? And then see, or do you guys want to make a decision once you have a whole slate of things together about what you do and don't want drafted? And so, but that's right. this is only an initial decision point. There's a second and even third big decision point on anything that would go for election.
Couple of clarifying questions, Lauren, and then Matt.
We have that coming up, right, or what, a council meeting where we will be discussing what the charter committee put together in terms of things that might be on the ballot and trying to get nods of 5 for that. When is that meeting again? Can you remember?
May 9th.
May 9th, so soon, which might be a good time to have the conversation.
I mean, that
We want the drafting.
we're doing that.
So what did you drafting by May 9th?
Oh, so do we even need a nod of 5 on this?
We can wait till May 9th.
Okay, go ahead,
That's
yeah.
the will of council.
I asked Mark and Lauren on our charter committee, are you already pursuing this among, as a committee item that you would be bringing to us anyway? And so is our ask redundant to the work that you're perhaps already pursuing in committee?
It's one of the things we looked at. There was a split recommendation that you will see in our packet on this item.
Okay.
So I guess to reframe a little bit, I think that for that item in particular, the conversation could punt to May 9th. And that if council decides it wants to take that up, it does not have to be a work plan item. It's not such a significant list, but it.
So that gives me comfort, not to necessarily weigh in here. We'll get a bite at the apple on the 9th, and we'll trust our committee to bring us recommendations and go forth. Thank you.
Okay, now about this one.
So the Title II updates for accessibility, what we're talking about here is the traffic engineer definition. And this came out of one of Ryan's priority ideas. So the traffic engineer definition currently, as Ryan stated yesterday, focuses a lot on items that assume vehicular transportation. So we could make an amendment to the definition of traffic engineer to include language around accessibility and multimodal forms of transportation. That would not have to be a big list if it's narrowed in scope in that way.
So with a nod of 5, then you would just move that over there and just get after it. All right, clarifying questions or thoughts, Nicole?
Yep, just clarifying that this is it's existing separate from everything else. So if we say yes to this, it has no impact on what. Yes. That's right. This wouldn't count as one of the 10 priorities.
Right, Tara?
No, I'm saying yes, let's do it.
Okay, great. So any other questions? Council, how much support just moving over to the, just get after it list? Okay, that's another everything. Sure. Okay, all right. Those are the items that we definitely want to discuss. Sounded like some of you had some questions about these and why they're on this list and not that list. Nicole, you brought this up first. I'll come to you with the first one.
Yes, just one at a time.
Yep.
Okay. Start with how about the impact fees for single family redevelopments and strips. I was thinking at the last council and saying, yes, just go ahead, continue that work. So I was just curious about it being.
Be the director to talk about why that's on this.
I think I'll defer to staff, whether or not that is on the work plan and happening or not. Impact fees.
Impact fees. Brad? Come on down. You are the next contestant on Chat with Council.
Yep. Hi, Brad Mueller again. Planning and Development Services. If we are talking about development impact fees, these are fees that are specifically associated in direct proportion to the impact of our services community-wide relative to new development. It is my understanding that those have not been updated significant, and I'm happy for corrections because there have been discussions. Maybe that's not it. Should I finish that?
I believe this is about imposing inclusionary housing cash and leave fees for renovations.
That's
for redevelopments.
I'll hang out here though.
Don't go too far, Brad. Go ahead, Kurt.
Yeah, so inclusionary housing was updated last fall. However, something that came out of that was looking at a particular housing type where we don't receive any corresponding impacts to housing. And that's either scrapes or large additions to homes. So we have, in our budget for, this year, to hire a consultant, which is a necessary process to do, a study of what the impact would be, for that type of development. It's separate from inclusionary housing, because it is an impact fee. But that's something that we could probably expect to bring to council later in the year. I think in the third quarter, we're looking at doing it.
Lauren? So does it need to be on this board? On the areas?
Unless you wanted something in addition.
I would just ask Nicole if that's what you were talking about. We are happy to move it over.
That is exactly, yeah, that is exactly what I was talking about.
Okay, and then Mark had a question?
Is that a nexus study you're doing?
Yes.
Okay, so that means this one popped over here. Oh, hello. That, now the tape wants to stick. Okay, now it comes over here. All right. Okay. Next question about the board here. Aaron and then Mark.
And Nicole's going with things that might go over there. Wanted to check in on the move Area 3 planning reserve to Area 2 BDCP update. Because of course we are undertaking a BDCP update. We already have the baseline urban services study underway. So my understanding is that we will be considering that, whether or not to do it regardless of whether we put it on the work plan. So I just wanted to see if we could, maybe that's Brad or KJ question.
It's cute that Mark keeps sitting down.
That is 100% correct.
Yes.
So we should shift that one over.
Very cool. Yep. Okay. All right. Next, I had Mark.
Yeah, slightly different comment. Well, it seems to me that on the finance, we could probably consolidate those separate items. They're all so part and parcel of a financial strategy to raise revenue.
I look to staff for your thoughts and consideration on that. Are those one item of how to raise revenue?
Can you just
Oh, yeah, you bet.
read what's on?
Uh-huh. Thank you for that. Food trucks, carts, and pod coaching.
That's not included.
Okay, these other ones. Just the bottom three, Mark?
That is correct.
Okay, greater investment in open space management. Explore second/vacant home tax and revenue strategy and fee study.
Cara and Charlotte, what say you?
Yes.
Introduce yourselves.
Cara Skinner, Chief Financial Officer, Charlotte Husky, Budget Officer.
Welcome to the table.
I have to confess, we were actually talking to each other when the initial question got asked. Full framing, but.
So now it's a hot seat.
I think the question was, can those be sort of consolidated and contemplated as part of our long-term financial strategy work?
And become a single work item.
Yes. See, my answer was right in the beginning.
Right, and the answer was yes. Okay. Questions? Oh, so many questions. Wow. We'll go around this way. Go ahead. See you, Nicole Terra.
I just want to make a comment that the second conversation is one of the short-term strategies to meet the affordability goals in the transit legislation. So that might be treated differently because it might exist in its own. Where that's passed, that might be something that we lift up as our short-term affordability strategy.
Yes, and I should have noted that that idea was raised to the charter committee, and then just for full council's benefit, the charter committee recommended that all of the tax items that were brought to that committee be considered by the financial strategy committee. So the financial strategy committee is going to be talking about a few proposals with regard to tax, including the second home/vacancy tax tomorrow. And then will be part of the agenda memo for the May 9th ballot item consideration. But, and we understand that that is something that people want to lift up and possibly talk about. We would, from a staff perspective, recommend that it be sort of considered more holistically of a long-term financial strategy and to have like 3 to 5 year ballot strategic plan. Think about what we might want to put on the balance of people. But we understand it's of interest, and so it will be discussed on the financial strategy committee.
Nicole?
That answered one of my questions. I just saw two other things up there that I thought might fit in as well. Tina, you just answered it. It's a separate thing, what you're talking about, the big tax. The other one that I was looking at though was the assessed inclusionary housing fees. Does that also fit into that bucket of financial stuff? Like how we get more for the stuff we.
Yeah, I would say that we, as part of the long-term financial strategy, we're looking at a comprehensive set of fees, and so looking across the organization for planning to update the fees and looking across the organization for that piece.
So then question, I think Lauren, this may have been you. Are you comfortable with that there or does it feel like something different?
So mine was actually a repeat of yours, so I think.
Okay.
Yep.
Tell me why, can you reread that OSMP?
Which one?
The one that you read just a second ago.
Greater investment
Finance space management.
Parks and Rec.
Is there a reason why Parks is not up
No,
there?
it is
Parks and Rec. It's at the bottom. Sorry, I thought that was a department statement. Yeah. It says and Parks and Rec. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. So the suggestion on the table is that these, all three of these, or do you want to keep this one separate?
Consolidated.
So that would be this one, and this one all become a new single potential work priority that would be described as a long-term financial plan.
So weirdly, the second tax is also under the city attorney office.
Uh-huh.
Because it's a big lift for us.
Okay, but it would still be part of this, the same work phase. Okay. So Mark, will you write me a blue finance sticky? Or Chris, someone over there with the sticky people? Mark and I coordinate our outfits. Did you notice that? We're really excited about that. And by we're really excited, I mean, I'm really excited. Go ahead.
So I really like where this is going, but wanted to ask, is this, it sounds like you would probably be working on a long-term financial plan regardless of whether elevates priority today. It's true or false statement?
Oh, that's shots.
We would be doing the tax or the big, huge fee study across, I mean, that is a major work. I don't know that we would have been undertaking that in general.
I would just reiterate, I'd love to see it, but it is a council priority to give it that visibility and.
I mean, nice try, but.
Sometimes you miss, you know.
Yeah.
Okay, while we're working on getting this one written, who is my next question have about one of these? I don't know that I had another, Nicole, you got another one, go.
Anybody else who has one?
Anyone else have one?
More so have a clarifier for something
Okay.
I put on the list.
Yep, go ahead.
Is now a good time?
Yep, that'd be a great time.
Okay, so I have on there climate literacy, and I would like to refine that, based on the conversation we had yesterday, to focus primarily on water. Water literacy. For everyone.
Okay,
So I just wanted to make that change there.
thank you. Okay, Nicole wants to go again. Does anyone else want to jump the line for a first bite at this apple? Nicole, go.
So my other question was around, I brought up the survey, people who've been in our affordable home ownership program. And my question, so it's already been in the work plan to do this survey. And if we are just looking to make sure that we've got people who've been in that program for 10 or 20 years, please don't correct me if I'm wrong, we will be able to include that, and it doesn't have to be. If we want to do something, and I have talked with you about some of this, so that's why I want to gauge interest. Like, for example, do we want to look at the economic impact of this program? Things like go back and find the people who had signed up for it but didn't get in to see where they are economically versus people now. Then that my understanding raises that to a level of priority. So it's really more of a question for everyone else. Is there, I will be satisfied for now with just having people who've been in the program for a long time as part of the survey. Does anybody want more?
Anybody on council? Taisha, what more and what more would you want?
Well, again, it goes back to what's the problem we're trying to solve for, and not having information about those who did not participate. right? Leaves us with a wondering. And so if we're gonna invest so much money in a study, I would rather ask all of our research questions then and not have the information be like, ooh, well, I wonder what happened to that group. Well, you just spent millions of dollars to answer this question, talk to the same people. So again, I think maybe one way you can look at it, because going back to understand how much research costs, perhaps it's not, we're gonna do a broad deep dive into participants who did not, or people who did not participate, but more so just having some aspect of it where there is a small, maybe it's a focus group, maybe it's a, you know, so it doesn't have to be this broad piece, but it allows us to have a little bit of that lens. Because again, we have been hearing from people who didn't make, again, we are working on anecdotals right now. And anecdotally, we're hearing from the people who haven't participated that they actually were able to accelerate because of some of the barriers that the program does have related to building equity and some of the other issues. And so therefore, I do think it is important to have that dimension, but I do understand the economic barriers of having an extensive research project in that area.
So can I rephrase my question then?
Yeah.
Maybe Kurt or someone, if I could ask you a question. Would it be possible to include something minor like that in there that's not we're going to track down everybody who ever signed up for the program? But is there any way of getting that piece of information from that?
And or is there extant data that we can leverage that already exists, that somebody already did, that could be potential, again, we could use extant data, we don't always have to generate it. Sorry, I took hula weed or whatever that word is. Very sorry.
Can it just be cool queen forever?
I'm not aware of that research as it would relate directly to our program. I do think we could probably explore your idea of sort of a focus group of individuals. That's probably something we could do without hiring a consultant, and or it could be part of the consultation. There will be a consultant that will do the survey, because there are organizations that do that. Maybe that could be part of their scope as well. But we could explore doing something small like that within the scope, I think. Yeah.
Anyone else? Any more? Oh, right,
Does that pull out?
So I am comfortable with what was just stated, but if we can explore some options to get some of this data. And is that good? So, yeah, then I'm good with that being pulled off. Thank you.
Where it went?
Bottom right.
Bottom right?
Yep.
Wow, that was amazing. Thank you.
Okay, and just the amendment we're making is just with some attention to sort of the control group. Okay.
I think it's supposed to be.
Oh, thank you. All right, anyone else? Yep.
Different topic.
Okay, we're gonna go Aaron Taratina.
No, mine is his.
Okay, great.
Maybe, you never know, Sarah.
Oh, shoot, he's full of surprises. And Ryan's not sure, but he's gonna put his card up just in case. Okay.
So what I'm wondering is if potentially, like the way the financial ones were combined into something larger, could we combine ones related to homelessness into something larger? So I brought forward the high utilizer program before, but I think the encampment to housing, public safety, and the roles and outcomes around homelessness are dealing with very similar issues of how we get people off the streets and into housing. And so I'm wondering for folks who put those out there, can we combine and say, hey, let's focus, have one of our top priorities to focus on homelessness with the high utilizer program being part of that focus.
Same thought, related thought.
I have one of the three.
Okay.
So I support that and just want to reiterate that what I'm looking for is understanding specifically the financial and land contributions by the city and the county for current and future homelessness efforts.
Okay.
And the other three, I say, yeah.
Okay.
Question.
Yes.
I also just in general, though, there's some pieces around roles and responsibilities with the county. And I'm just wondering if there's something that relates to that more broadly across some of the other topic areas, because that's come up a couple of different places. I'm not suggesting it gets removed or anything, it's just, I recognize that it also includes some of the other content areas. I just didn't want to lose that dimension if we consolidated everything under a homelessness.
Yeah, that's great.
So one piece of clarity maybe, and Kurt might want to make his way out because you're coming through this.
Your steps in.
What is council specifically interested in to try to combine those? So for instance, on the strategic plan, the citywide strategic plan, we mentioned a review of existing homelessness programs. That work would be conducted through the staff team at HSBC, but what policy role council would like to play in that review, right? So assuming we would come share the review of the program, which would include the outcomes over the last several years, what adjustments, tweaks, how does that relate to our support of the high utilizers program, for instance? Is that what you all are trying to get at, or is there something a little bit different or nuanced from that? I think that clarity would help us fit it up.
So I'd say, Mark, I think part of the point of this would be to make sure that it was one of the top 10 things that we're keeping our eyes on and working on a regular basis. So similar to how we've talked about some other things about the focus areas. So I think obviously staff is working constantly on homelessness solutions. I think it would be about, let's make sure that we've got a regular cadence of where we're checking progress, checking with council, talking about the next steps, the next policy positions, and including in the high utilizer program about pursuing that as expeditiously as possible. That's my point.
And then Tina?
I would say what I'm most interested in is looking at Denver. Is there anything that we can use that could apply to us that would better what we do and possibly speed it up? Is how I would put it.
Okay.
Maybe there isn't, but maybe there is.
Tina and then Taisha?
So I think there's a lot of, agree that there's need for more mental health services for the homelessness population. And part of my goal is to understand how those services, the services we have today, how they're being provided and who's providing them between the county and the city. And then if there's a proposal for a countywide mental health tax, getting to a point where we feel comfortable that that will help us with some of our initiatives. And or find a different way to find that money. I feel like we've been swirling around a little bit. How do we pay for this? And just kind of come to some conclusion. This is what we're going to do. Either we do our own tax, we do a county tax, whatever, along with Medicare and everything else, but making sure we just know how we're going to do it.
One, I want to apologize for the multiple people who asked me, are all your things up there? And I said yes. Because I was wrong. So, the thing I'm not seeing related to homelessness here is where it said assess and evaluate financial and performance outcomes of our homeless solution programs. Is that on there somewhere? And again, I apologize, and you gave me multiple opportunities to make sure something was up there. But since we are on the topic of homelessness, I just wanted to lift up that I did make a specific request, and again, I made it at the homeless solution thing. There were others who were also interested in finding out that information, so that says roles.
I know, but we put financial and performance outcomes.
Oh, is it? Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
I want to make sure, because all I was reading.
Not that you can't read that from there.
We added it.
That's fine, it was there, and I just said yes. But when we mentioned this rules and outcomes, I want to be specific on, I want that financial.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, did that answer your question, Mark?
So I've got review, analysis, role clarity of homelessness programs, knowing that we'll have some refining. Is that?
And support of.
Program. I think it's about more about like, studying and implementing homelessness solutions, including and expediting the high utilizer program in conjunction with partners.
Can we use 2 stickies or 3 stickies for that?
That's right.
So you'll tell us later how big a lift that is. Did that include this one, Erin? On encampments?
That's Tara's.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Okay.
with her kind of comments.
Right now.
And this may come up later. I'm just still unclear about what, I guess, the outcome of this is. Is it more frequent check-in? is that, I mean, I think, I understand most services, that's very clear. That's looking at, financial impacts of programs and what are the successful outcomes we're seeing. I just am still having a hard time wrapping my head around what we're producing.
Well, less people on the street.
Maybe that's gonna help. Go ahead.
So, I like the idea of trying to package this, but I have a feeling that these are actually kind of separate things. Because the high system utilizer thing is a program, it's cooked, and and the ask of us is not work as it is. Give us the oomph and wind behind our sails to go fundraise and go make this into reality. Those other parts about homeless services are work for HHS and other departments. And so what I'm a little concerned about is if we package them and HHS comes to us and said, well, here are the trade-offs. One of the trade-offs is going to be part of that high system utilizer because it's now packaged with things that require work. So I'm a little worried that marrying may consequently create a slope where the high system utilizer gets put on a back burner when it itself kind of its own thing. So that's a concern I have about when we weigh trade-offs, that if it's packaged, it gets jettisoned if we choose not to move forward with them based on trade-offs. And I don't know if that's the case, but by packaging it, that is a worry I have versus it being its own thing.
Which got on information stuff.
Just very quickly, I share that concern.
Right, Rachel.
My concern is that by doing that, it makes it appear that the high utilizer program is more of a priority than these other pieces. And to me, the high utilizer program is a suite of options that we have in our toolkit to address some of the larger issues. So that's why I see, and more importantly, because that is baked around, I would argue that they're still shopping for ingredients. I almost feel like that, high utilizer could be over there because we know, but from the conversation that we had, we know that it is a priority. I just don't think it's a priority worthy of its own. Because again, similar to my challenges and frustration around how we talk about housing without talking about water, I don't think that we should be talking about one group that is significantly impacted without, again, making sure that they are part of the spectrum of homelessness and the unhoused, which high utilizers are on the spectrum of that.
Yep. Aaron?
So thanks for that. Matt and Mark, I appreciate the point. Which was why I included in my statement that including a focus on the high utilizer program is part of the kind of purpose statement of it. Because I think to Taisha's point, it is kind of running, but it's part of the larger system that we're implementing for homelessness solutions. I mean, to some extent, you all are already working on all of this. And so I think it's not so much about saying, and here's one new, here's an additional thing you have to do, but about making sure that we have a focus on it as a council and as one of our priorities to Nicole's point with regular check-ins and reports.
Mark's got a thought, and then I'd love to hear from Kurt or Mark, what the difference to you might be. Go ahead, Mark.
Only to me is that the high utilizer program is an experiment. It is new. It's sui generis in effect, and we're inventing it as we go along. I think it kind of warrants a separate focus, separate review, and it's kind of off there in its own corner, and hopefully it will be wildly successful, at which point it becomes integrated into the full scope of all of our programs. But at this moment in time, I'm looking at that and saying, this is different. This is something we have not done before. I'm not sure who has done it before. And we're inventing it as we go along. So I don't think of it in terms of, and we're doing this, and we're doing this, and we're doing this. By the way, we're also inventing a whole program. That's just my thought.
Kurt and or Mark, love to hear your thoughts on what would be the difference if packaged together and reframed versus remain separate.
Maybe talk about two things. First, some of the things that we're doing, which I think will support some of the things you've requested, and also how we would separate these. So, as Mark mentioned, and you all know, there's an evaluation going on of the whole program system. And through that, it will bring back some of the things that you brought up. And I like to jokingly say we quarterly have an annual update on homelessness to council. But I think that in our next update, as part of that evaluation and presenting that evaluation, things like Lisa, you were asking for about the sort of how the financial investment and outcomes. I think that can be part of that. And we've already started hearing, I mean, you've been mentioning that for a couple months. That's already something that we're thinking about. I think that can work into sort of our regular cadence of how we work with council around sort of the homeless updates and the things that we're working on. I think there's two components, though, and Tina brought up one at the beginning. The behavioral health work, there's been a lot of conversation in council and in the community about what it is, who does it, who funds it. You know, how does it tie together? What the gaps are. And Boulder County finished their roadmap. I think it was last summer. And so that was a milestone, but we need to move beyond that. One thing that we could add on here that I think would be helpful is as a work item for council is coming to council, not with just with ourselves, but with other partners in trying to answer all those questions. What's the city's role in behavioral health in our community? What's the county's role? Yeah, how is it funded through, you know, the federal government? And I think that would answer a lot of questions to other things that have interfaced with council. That could be a study session, you know, in the third quarter, fourth quarter. It could be, you know, and I think that would be potentially preparatory for council's interest in pushing the county or not on a behavioral health tax. So those are my thoughts when you and some of the other council members had mentioned that. But I think the two items, one are the high utilizers, and we're already doing some work around that. We need political support for that as well. And then the behavioral health thing, I think, sits on its own outside of that.
Martin, do you want to?
I think as long as the high utilizer program is emphasized in some way, that helps check the box on being able to leverage council support with our partners. So I think it's really council's choice as to whether it's a standalone or as a part of a broader umbrella. And then just doubling down on what Kurt said, behavioral health, mapping, role clarity piece, I think is a separate thing.
Okay, yep. So now boss man, yeah.
I was wondering about a separate bucket that's not necessarily working member of study session topics. Because you just brought this up, the CZD outcomes and things like that. The other one though, and Taisha, I'm wondering about this for the climate with the water literacy. I'm wondering if that is something could be a study session topic, like that's broader.
It's broader.
It's broader, okay, well, yeah, anyway, okay.
That's a strategy or activity that could be included in the approach, but
So to that point, this can start to be our study session topic. And I'll look to staff to push back if we're like, yeah, once you put it over there, the lift to get to a study session makes it a work plan item. Depending on how much base work has been done, I'll just assume that you'll holler.
Well, and I'll also just say that study session study sessions are what we use to get direction on ordinances and things that need to go to council. So they also serve a business purpose. And if we use them for, there we go, additional purposes, which are great, sometimes we need to use them for additional purposes. I just wanted to the conversation we had yesterday about how many business meetings we need to get the business done. I just want to caution you about that. We also need to get some business done, so.
while she's putting up stickies, I just want to come back to the study session thing, because we didn't have time to talk about it yesterday, but it clearly is an area where we need to have continued conversation.
Absolutely.
As a council on how we use them, what their purpose is, how many we need. You know, I feel like they're kind of baked in already for the rest of this year, but as we think about 2025, I really would like us to revisit how we use those, what we expect, because I feel like there's a lot that we put on those study sessions. Just it's to your point, sometimes it's a prep for something, sometimes it's information, sometimes it's more community, or I want to get our hands around how we use our time.
And not quite baked in yet, right? We do our agenda setting 1 quarter at a time. We do have some items that we knew ahead of time that we do schedule. So we do have some flexibility. But if we continue to think about and add more study sessions on that wall on that side, we will run into some problems before the end of the year.
Tina, do you have a thought on this situation here?
I am just understanding from what you just said, is the behavioral health mapping not, doesn't need to be a priority, that can happen quicker. But that's what it felt like.
So what we have been working on with the county and some of the service providers in the community is understanding how we fit in that role after the behavioral health roadmap. And, you know, where does that go from here? It's the county's map. We're part of the county. But understanding how the city plays in that. I think to fully make that an educational process to understand where we fit in that would be sort of another item to what we're working on. It's something that I think we would have the capacity to do.
To add to, it would be a new item, but you have the capacity to add it.
Yeah, I mean, we've been working on trying to figure out where we go with this behavioral health stuff. It hasn't totally been mapped out for us either.
Okay, I'm gonna come to Tara for one question, then I'm gonna go back to Aaron and see if you heard a conclusion to this conversation, because we should probably go back. Go.
So that one over there, Kurt, you want to speak into that one that you did?
And this is how it's all public safety.
You know, the Denver. I mean, you want to say anything about that?
I think there's some real challenges with the Denver program. I'm not sure that I would want to replicate it. We are very different communities. So and as you know, their goal was to take 1,000 individuals sort of off the street. They put them in hotels and they've created 2 kind of small social communities. 50 to 75% of the individuals that have gone into those hotels have already exited back into homelessness. There's been some of the hotels have had up to 591 calls this year. So I applaud the effort. I'm not sure the implementation was done well. And our communities are very different. We don't have those types of hotels or resources to go out and buy hotels. And I think it underlines the importance of home services in place before you put individuals in those situations. Our building a home program, 95% of those people are still housed this year. And so they're very different programs and communities. During that time that they exited 1,000 individuals, I think we exited 230 individuals. City of Denver is 8 times bigger than Boulder. So that'd be about 1,700 individuals that, as an equivalent. So we're batting, I think, a little higher than Denver. But we don't have that same publicity. So I would hope that we wouldn't go down that road, partly because we're just very different communities.
Aaron, this was your suggestion to do some combining. You've heard a lot of thoughts and perspectives. How would you suggest we proceed? Do I put these back where I found them or something else?
So we appreciate all the elaboration that you all have given. I would say that I would stand by the combining. I appreciate the behavioral health being a kind of separate, that's its own thing. I think there's something up there about mental health, substance abuse roadmap strategy. So I think to your point, I think that can kind of rest maybe in that item. But I would still have a combination of homelessness related items kind of summarized the way that I said it before about that, focus on homelessness solutions, including pursuing the high utilizer.
Tina and Terry, you cool with that?
So did my behavioral health roadmap just get kicked out?
It's on
Mental
this-
health, substance abuse, roadmap strategy, separate item.
So what about the second part, Taisha's part on that component that has the outcomes and the
Financial and performance.
is that still part of the?
Yeah, I think it's everyone.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that would be combining these two. Do you want to include considerations for encampments? Maybe not the Denver model, but something else in that, or is that?
I would include it, yeah, I mean, we don't have to follow Denver's exact model to take that.
So that moves that then. This now says studying implementation of homelessness programs, including high utilizers. Studying, implementation of homelessness programs, including high utilizers.
Sounds good.
And that includes the financial information and all the other stuff.
Studying would be a part.
Yeah.
Analyzing.
Will's over here typing madly to get all the details that we can't get written on the stickies, just so you know. Okay.
And when we bring it back, we can wordsmith that better. I just want to take a moment of appreciation to just reminding us of the outcomes of that policy decision. Yeah, 75% is striking. They don't lift that up. Not enough to put a policy in, like you did something. If it doesn't achieve the outcome, you have to course correct, so thank you.
Right, I'm gonna let you hop in here.
Okay, so new business, I wanna try to take the holistic climate policy and city code off the board. So two things, is Jonathan available? So, Jonathan helpfully went through a lot of the parts that was in the initial proposal, so like I said, two questions. One is, Jonathan, I heard, there is already in flight, a plan to update our targets. And so I guess my question is, can we just codify, just make a plan that once that's done, we can put that in our city code and just be good with that and then make that be in flight? Or is that a bigger matter that we'd have to have a work plan for?
Thanks, Ryan. I think I followed that as I was walking up again for the record, Jonathan Cohen, Director of Climate Initiatives. And I want to maybe look over at Teresa and.
That's mine, with me over here muttering under my breath.
Are you? Well, so I'll start out and then I will let you kind of take it from here. I think the idea of codifying goals and targets in code, I don't know what code would actually be the best place to do that. And I don't know what we would gain by doing something beyond having it in a resolution or ordinance. And so these are kind of time-bound targets. And so I'd love to maybe hear Teresa talk about that. I guess I would feel a little reluctant to try to put that into city code and feel like there are better vehicles for that.
You're here, well said.
That was enough?
Well, I
Okay.
didn't ask if you thought it was a good idea. I asked if it would be hard. I mean, just respect. I think we create firmer commitments. We create guardrails. Personnel can come and go. We have a lot of targets that have different levels of priority. The things that our community considers most important, we make law. Other things we don't. So respectfully, I do think from a climate perspective, if this is a value of the community, there's a case for it. Maybe not everybody would vote for that, but I would offer that there is a case for it. So my question is, if it would be a big lift to put that in the city code.
That sounds like that's.
I'm seeing nodding head across from me.
So it would be a significant lift. So council under the charter can act by motion, by resolution, or by ordinance. So there are a variety of ways that council can act to emphasize something. Not every ordinance is codifying something into our code. I will tell you, the way that we would write targets and the way we would write that, if it were being codified into our actual municipal code, would be quite different and would be significant. It would be a significant lift.
Taisha?
Sorry.
You have a response?
My mind is searching a little bit for why it would be so difficult to say we've already established these specific targets and timetables, the work's been done. Now we're just gonna say this is required law, so maybe this isn't the forum to adjudicate all that, but I'm kind of searching for why that would be so hard. But.
Senses on why it might be harder than it sounds?
I think what I would say is, I'm happy to try to think creatively about this, and if there's a path forward, that would achieve what you want. And I guess I'd not to sound the way this is about to sound, but writing code is hard. We have, 15 full-time attorneys to do it.
Thank you for
Okay, should you find me you're looking for?
I actually just wanted to circle back to Matt's priorities when he shared yesterday around just updating code and recognizing that we have been kind of biting around the edges, but there is an interest in really reworking our codes in general, more broadly. And so I'm just curious if in that exploration, if there's an opportunity to revisit this conversation, because I think what the issue is, from what I'm hearing is pull the one thread and then all these other threads happen. And so if we're gonna be reconsidering how we're baking the pie, that would be a great time. And it sounds like there's already some considerations after the update to the comp plan where there's an opportunity to, since so many codes potentially will be impacted, that might be so, I'm definitely interested in something like that, but I understand that the timing may not be right now and that, I would rather do that as a larger investigation of our codes.
Brian, do you have any follow-up thoughts before I go to Tina?
I had, there was 2 items in total for Jonathan. I did the one and the second one, but Tina has a follow-up.
I'm just following up on that. Is the comp plan at the time when, and I don't even know who that, when you would look at those kind of code changes? Like that, is that, if there's a comp plan generally?
First of all, I want each of you to have your own music that we.
Yes, and maybe some favorite dance.
I'll write that myself.
Yeah, I think just a general observation, sometimes we use the term code change as shorthand for policy change or policy investigation. Because it really is the ends to a means, and there are many different ways to really piggyback on Teresa's comment to get to an end. That can be operational, budget, modify, many things. So I would answer the question by saying the comprehensive plan is certainly the right place to set the vision and then the vision with some level of specificity, but how that gets implemented and what timeframes can vary significantly based on, not to exaggerate, but hundreds of details. The implementation of concepts breaks down to a lot of individual things that need to be operationalized in different ways and with different budgets and in different organizational structures. So I hope that wasn't too big of an answer.
Sorry, it was a little big for me, so if it was for you.
Teresa's gonna try to help.
No, I'm just curious because I'm more so like, at the last comp plan update, did it result in any significant code changes? I guess that's where I'm.
Yes, I would say, and to implement the 3 main things, and there are many more that we point to as implementation mechanisms for the comprehensive plan. And I would add other plans, but just speaking to the comprehensive plan are laws or refinement of laws, so ordinances, the budget, and then a third one that I'm forgetting right now. So.
Tripod is everything.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, Aaron's gonna say a thing and then Teresa's gonna help, go.
So when the comp plan is adopted, it results in then the pursuing of projects that then result in code changes. But you do not make major code changes as part of the comprehensive plan update itself.
Is that what you're gonna say, Teresa?
Yes, that's very helpful. And the other piece, just because I, forgive me trying to think on my feet, but when we codify something operational in nature or something that is benchmarks or targets or even fees, those are a moving target and the code isn't very nimble. That it takes a long time for the code to evolve and to change. And so if we can do those things by another mechanism, then we have a lot more flexibility and a lot more ability to be nimble.
Okay. Nicole, are you on the same comp plan question or something else? Okay, Brian, you had another thing.
Thank you. So Jonathan, thank you for that. And for earlier going through some of the parts that are already in flight against the proposal. So doing updates on the targets already, that's great. Another one was, is there a more organized formal way we can report to city council on an annual basis? On that, I heard kind of there'll be more of a process for that. It's maybe not as firm as I was asking, but it sounds like that's a yes-ish, which I think is good. Another one was
code changes will staff suggest, have a chance to, can we ask you to please give us ideas for code changes additionally to enhance climate resilience, climate compatibility? You said yes, that will basically be in flight. So if I have those right, I think the only, maybe, should I have those right?
Yeah, and I just wanted to come back to the yes-ish response on updates. I just want to make sure I understand what the right vehicle for that is, whether that is a study session, whether that's an if. I think what I'm committing to is that we absolutely want to elevate kind of the results on an annual basis to council. I'd like to figure out what the best way to do that is.
Okay, great.
Knowing that your meetings are pretty packed, trying to get something scheduled each year, I just want to be sensitive to that.
In the moment, just my quick feedback will be annual and letting it be a strategic discussion about here's what we need to do in the future, going ahead, big picture. That would be just so you have to feedback now.
Okay, so this is interesting because I thought that I was hopeful that that was inclusive of like, for example, as we consider updating the memo and the ESG section or whatever, right? That there,
That's what I was
any
thinking.
decision that we are making, there are climate components that people are answering. For example, what are the water impacts? What are the energy impacts? What is the air? Whatever the thing is, but that's why I brought that climate assessment risk thing. Because it's not just like assessment, but like how are we making decisions based off of the information? So that's how I was planning.
Maria? So I was gonna jump in and say something similar to that, but I don't think we're there yet, right? And I think what we were saying yesterday, that as we continue to think about how to evolve the memo format, because we want to do more of that as well. That's what we want to do with like the considering how to do a fiscal note, considering how to bring the racial equity instrument more into that, considering how do we get to our strategic plan goals? We want to do more of that too, and think about how do we make sure that we're reflecting our values into more of that. So you're gonna see that. You're just not gonna see it tomorrow. I don't know when you're gonna see that, but that's what we want to get to, that you are gonna see all the work that we do, because I will tell you that the men and women that are behind you, they're all doing equity work. They are all doing climate work. They are all doing some of the resilience work. We need to figure out how do we measure it so that you can see some of the ways they're driving that work forward. And we just haven't figured that out yet. So it's coming.
Right,
And just to say, I agree with that. I'm really excited about that too. My discussion at this point, John, I was thinking about the idea of a formalized annual check-in. What do we do? How do we learn? What do we learn? How we do? What are the big things going ahead? So just space for that.
Yeah.
So that's my opinion. I know you don't need to commit to that.
I pitched a future summit. I don't know if anybody saw that.
So just to wrap up then. So the thing that I think is not included, and I would ask my council member colleagues to consider, is I had a component on operationalizing our climate work. So in my mind, this fits in a financial kind of a lens ideally, in which as we're making financial budget considerations, that we have an organized way to think about climate risk, opportunity, that sort of a thing.
Yeah.
And so what I'm wondering is could that just fit in as part of maybe the long-term financial strategy, square up there, rectangle up there, as something maybe the financial strategy committee? You're fine. Could add for consideration, maybe that doesn't have to be a huge lift, and we could just take this off the board. So that's my question. Can we add climate operational relationship to long-term financial strategy?
I don't know who can answer that, staff.
Any meeting, mighty Mark.
Yeah, old hat, but the current hats can feel free to chat. I would say that work, the way you're describing, Ryan, is what we're implementing as a part of budgeting for resilience, or our outcome-based budgeting approach, where we're trying to tie our investments to our outcomes. There's work to be done there, but center to that is our equity and climate goals and how we report out that information to the council as you make decisions on budget, how community can follow along to the impacts of our investments. I would say that's an ongoing challenge. It's not going to be accomplished, be able to, raise the banner by the end of the year per se, but I think you'll see that operationalized through that work. So I would say it belongs on that whiteboard, if that makes sense.
So you're suggesting that with all that information is that we move this item over here?
We didn't get the actual establishing it in city code. So I think that's the definition perhaps of the green item now. Do we just establish the city code? And then Mark, what I heard from you is, yes, there's space, maybe the financial strategy committee to give input on how to get the climate part of this, just right?
Yeah, through the budget process and the long-term or the financial strategy committee will be working through the budget process.
New hats agree? Old hat, you're gray.
Thanks.
Great.
Yes, yes, separate item. Can we move on to-
Yep. Okay.
So I'm trying to figure out how to get support lifelong voter off, and this memo conversation just triggered something for me. So really what I want is for us, with the decisions we're making, especially in housing, transportation, all that kind of stuff. We are thinking about the fact that in 25 years, we're gonna have twice as many people 65 and over as we do now. And what are we doing? We also have a lot of folks with disabilities currently. We will likely have more in the coming decades due to a host of reasons, including climate crisis. So is that the kind of thing that could potentially show up as we're thinking about memo change? Since what is this particular thing doing in support of lifelong voting? Because this is ongoing, right? It doesn't need to be a work plan priority for this work to happen. And I would love for us to have that elevated to a level where we're thinking about it. It's not just something that comes up and once in a while. So.
Let me ask, because I know you and I spoke about this, Nicole. This is a question maybe for Kurt and Elizabeth, and I don't know if you all have had a chance to talk about it. The way I understand it, and please, Nicole, correct me if I'm wrong. This is, to me, more of a, I'm gonna use my terms, right? More of a, maybe it's a lens by which we do all our work, right? That when we're making decisions on housing or transportation or development, that we are looking through it through the lens of our seniors, our disability community, or anyone who is through the lens of the folks that are working on this already, right? That it infuses in all the work that we do throughout all our departments. And so what is the way in which all our departments have an instrument by which they can look at the work that they are doing and make sure that they are taking that into consideration? I don't know if that exists already. I don't know if that is something that departments can use as that work. And if that is a lift, if that is something that can be done in your current work or not. Am I representing that correctly?
Yes, yes.
Hold on, Elizabeth's coming around. Sure, I'll spare Kurt. I needed some steps. Elizabeth Crowe, I work with Kurt and others in Housing and Human Services. I think that's accurate, as Nicole mentioned, and we thank you again for kind of the chance to bat around some ideas beforehand. Lifelong Boulder is a thing, and it really does provide that framework and criteria. When it was put in place, it had the participation from all city departments. And so our older adult services manager, Eden Bailey, and others there, this is the year that they really wanted to have that touch point again anyway. So I think as long as that happens, you know, if council has any specific questions or wants specific updates, happy to provide that. But in a way, it's just enabling the process that exists to take place.
So that it's already there and just augmenting.
Correct.
Okay, Tina, and then Taisha have questions or comments, go.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, or are the things we're looking for in Lifelong Boulder, are they already baked into the SARE framework under the equity piece or no?
There,
I think
several different places actually,
Yeah.
because it touches on the way the framework matches up with our work plan isn't always, you know, kind of one-to-one. It's a little bit apples and oranges, but essentially it's in every element because it is a citywide approach. The initiative was just led by HHS because that's where our older adult services, you know, work is embedded.
And I would say it's in the strategic plan is where I was trying to figure out. It's certainly, yeah, it's definitely in the framework and represented in the strategic plan.
It's just as a council person, I'm worried about having too many separate frameworks to track. And so to the extent that the climate lens and the lifelong lens could be in the SARE framework will just be easier for me as an individual, but just a thought.
Yeah, and I think it's another example that's happening right now is the Child Friend Cities initiative, right? Like youth work shows up everywhere in the city. We didn't create it. It is a thing that exists already. And there's, you know, to use the term, kind of a lift up for us to be able to align with these national frameworks. It doesn't necessarily mean that all of our work is now completely disorganized and reorganized. So I think that a lot of that's already there.
Rachel?
I just wanted to lift up that one of the opportunities I think around the racial equity tool is intersectionality. As an African American, I'm also a woman. I also have a budding disability. I also, right? And we get older too. So I'm just wondering in the existing tool, are these dimensions around people with disabilities, our elder and aging community, like those pieces should be in a part of that because there are intersectional issues and acute issues as racial and ethnically diverse people with these intersections, there are acute issues. So those things should, and I haven't had my training yet, so I'm gonna have it, get on it. But I just want to lift up that intersectionality is absolutely critical, and it's one of the challenges of a racial equity tool that is only looking at race in isolation without having the intersectional pieces where we know that there's acute issues. So does that already exist?
Yes,
And if so,
Amy Kane, Equity Officer for the City of Boulder. Yes, in the step one of the racial equity instrument, there are boxes for all different types of demographics, whether it's youth, whether it's people with disabilities, age, older adults. So those.
And is that used? Is that elder piece come up?
Yes,
Is that?
100%. Yeah,
So
I think, we did it, when we started our work with the Government Alliance on Race and Equity, we've always articulated, we are race explicit, but not race exclusive. And I think by naming the tool, the racial equity instrument, people get really tripped up in thinking that it is race exclusive. As opposed to, this is concepts that can be applied to any group, right? And that intersectional analysis is absolutely critical. And the data has to be disaggregated to really determine who it is that's going to benefit the most from any decision. And then who's also going to be most negatively impacted. So that piece is in, and I do believe we did a disservice by naming it racial equity.
well, I just offer because again, if it's there, but we don't know it's there, I hadn't heard anybody mention it in any of the things, no elder thing has come up. And so if it is there, again, the tool is only good as the people who are using all of the tools, right? And so, and accountability around using the tool, right? And so,
And
I honor that this is actually an issue that is acute, that is going to accelerate and it's worthy of some type of additional look similar to water or some of the other things that we're pulling out as a priority.
Yeah, and I'll lift up that Eden did utilize that framework in the initial phases of that body work a couple of years ago.
Since you brought us down this path, based on what you've heard, leave it here, or does it sound to you like it belongs over on the ongoing list?
Yeah, it seems like for my purposes of what I'm trying to get, of just a visibility of the issues that we are currently taking, that we want this more of, and getting that across all of our departments. It sounds like we are already seeing that with the restart of Lifelong Boulder, as well as that it's included in the racial equity instrument that all more and more departments are using in their work. So it sounds to me like we're moving in that direction, and it's good to move it over.
Was that, anyone troubled by that, Council? Okay, you guys cool with that? Okay, sweet. All right. Sarah, did you have a question or comment on an item on the board?
Yes, can we move it over? We're at about time.
I got it covered. The great thing is I got it. It's fine. Everything's fine. I promise. Everything's fine. All right. Card still up or down? Okay. Taking last round of comments on this one. You got one?
I do want if we could.
Yeah. I'm ready. Yeah.
We'll just tackle one at a time here, I take it. I have a question actually, my question is for Lauren, which will feed into this piece here. Lauren, you brought up the landscape code revisions, and I brought up sort of code changes to improve wildfire hardening, which are very similar, right? It's vegetation clearance, it's they're very synergistic to each other. And so what I didn't know is if you were comfortable kind of combining them in a conversation, because I don't see how one wouldn't impact the other. And so I just first want to preface it that way. And then in doing so, if we could just maybe start to have a conversation on either one of them or the unity of the two.
What's the other one?
Wildfire hardening and code changes, landscape code changes, upper pink.
Community Development Services, top of the list.
Thank you. Landscape
That's
code.
every city have all that.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, so we're talking about combining these two.
I'm just asking if there's comfort in
Yeah.
that, because they're, again, you do one with, you'll impact the other and vice versa.
Lauren, thoughts?
Yeah, I would say that that definitely captures at least one dimension of the landscape code revisions. I was also interested in sort of water usage and native planting kind of aspects of our landscape code revision. So
That also combines with my accelerating biodiversity, so I'm gonna lift that up as another thing we talked about on the ride over. I see some synergies in that as well.
Because I mean, really, the framing it is if we're gonna touch on one of them, it would be weird to only touch on that little piece and not touch on biodiversity and not touch on wildfire, because if we're gonna touch the code, we might as well play at it with all those important synergies. So that's why.
okay.
It is. It's appropriate. There was consent.
So.
It's your buddy?
Oh, I'll introduce myself. Mike Calderazzo, the fire chief, but I'll let Brad do the talking. Start.
Welcome to fun. I would bring Dan over there.
So,
And some additional answers.
So thank you for the opportunity to speak to this. So I guess I want to submit to the group with all due respect that code changes is again a means to an end. And the means or the ends that are being sought are fairly different. If you look at those two: landscaping, which can mean a lot of things, screening, imperviousness, water usage, etc. Hardening is all about protection against wildfires. So I guess as instinctive as it would and pleasing as it is to imagine combining the two, it feels a little bit conclusive to say that necessarily is code or it's exclusive. Let's go.
let me frame specifically where I'm going and why that might work. And if you just wait, that's.
Yeah, that just.
So specifically, I'll start with the wildfire stuff. Reading through the wildfire protection plan now twice, big lengthy document. One, I just want to congratulate staff for putting this thing together. It is a monumental thing, and our community has been begging for this, and so we really appreciate the deliverable and we look forward to the actions that come from that. And as I looked through that, there was a lot of emphasis on educating property owners and educating homeowners. And what I saw missing were opportunities like when we went through the shake shingle piece. We could have sat there and educated, but we just made an ordinance to expand the thing because it was of such critical property and life safety that we just made that a code change. And I see similarly here as we deal with high combustible plants, vegetation, and things that work up against the home environment, that we're in a similar state with regards to wildfire that may necessitate a code change to create an even playing field with regards to how our urban and our wildfire and our wild urban firefighters can tackle fire encroaching onto our built environment. And so that's where I was thinking of education's great, but we might need to go one step further to one, accelerate the changes. And if we make it code, we set a date and get it done, we could be educating our community for the next 20 years to do it and still not have the hardening that we want in our community to keep us safe. So that's the motive for wildfire hardening. And where I see the connection is we still allow mulch and we incentivize mulch. Well, mulch is not great for wildfire hardening. That's part of our landscape. So I don't know how we don't, harden while touching the code. And while we open the code, there's some other pieces that are very important to discuss. So that's why I thought that if we're going to open a can, we might as well take care of the ingredients for all that. So that's my piece with wildfire. I know the chief is here. There might be other parts that are more specific to OSMP and wildlife and other code changes that Lauren might want. But I want to start with wildfire and not be exclusive of those pieces that may be impacted by that. So
I'll start.
Sure.
So it's absolutely within your realm to discuss this as a policy objective and to adopt the code changes. And I think what you're after though is code compliance at some point. And the difficulty that we're gonna have, especially with this, is because we go from initial construction or the permitting phase where that's when we look at it. With this particular style code, now we're talking about going in after the fact. Weeds grow. There's no new permitting, nothing alerts us. And so there is a big heavy lift on the back end to consider in terms of resources to actually go out and then go and check and make sure to enforce the code. So that's just something I would love to put out there for context. We don't have those resources in place today to do that stuff. We're doing well just taking care of buildings like this. We're looking at these, making sure they're code compliant, or even doing detailed home assessments, trying to stay in front of those. And those are at requests, and those are just requests voluntary. So that's just something I wanted to put out there for context. Absolutely, code changes, we definitely would probably get better compliance than simply going out and educating better. And that's a debate worth having at your level. We can certainly continue the process and bring back data that we are getting. We do risk assessments all the time, so we kind of know, at least in the interface piece, because we have a WUI code now. And the way it's being enforced is when you have new construction. That's it. We're not going out after the fact unless it's all voluntary. Because we're talking residents, it's a whole different ballgame. We're not talking commercial structures or anything like that. So that's where it becomes a little more sticky when we're going out and actually checking people's homes and trying to make sure they're compliant with the code after they've already gotten their permits. This is years down the road when they've let weeds grow in the rocks and that sort of thing. That's a whole different issue. Also something to consider. I wanted to put that out there because it also is definitely going to be a resource question if that's where you.
So your original question was, could these two be combined? And Lauren, now based on what you've heard, what do you think?
It kind of seems like they're different. I mean, I think that the landscape code part of my request there is that I think the outcomes with what our code currently requires are not necessarily, in my mind, in alignment with our community goals. And so on the new construction side of things, I want to make sure that when we're putting things in the beginning, that we are getting things that are more in line with our community goals. And it feels like maybe this coaching, the wildfire hardening piece of it is maybe more about how we deal with ongoing maintenance and enforcement.
Your prerogative, I just wanted to pass on that. Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
Mark, you have a quick thought?
Yeah, the best argument for doing what Matt is suggesting is that it sort of elevates both issues and frankly makes it more likely that we will designate it as one of our key work plan items. And I feel pretty strongly about both. And I don't need obviously your call, but I think it is more likely that we will, the group, want to designate that if it has a little broader scope to it. If I had to choose, I'd probably choose the hardening, but I'd really be eager to do this if it encompassed a little more. That's my only suggestion on that.
Rachel? I'm wondering too, if it fits underneath a broader climate resilience effort, particularly I recommended in my climate 2.0, climate resilience 2.0 strategy. So to me, hardening is a resilience activity. The other thing underneath the wildfire hardening that I also want to make sure is included in this is how to address the fact that more than 50% is renters. And so that's the other dimension that I'm hoping that you're getting at, in not necessarily kind of the coast dimension or intersect, but just the issue of we have the majority of our places are renters. And so there's a different relationship in that way and different authorities. And so I just want to make sure in that home hardening component that we are also addressing the renter component. I'd also be interested in not just the code piece, but like what percentage do we have measures or metrics of success around like the percentage of hardening that we would like to have as a community? Like, do we know like X percent have done the things? And I mean, I feel like y'all.
We have data on that. I don't know that we have a target community wide.
And this goes back to the fact that we have 0 biodiversity targets on our climate piece. All of them are emissions based. And so, yeah, I feel like it's more than the codes for me on the wildfire hardening.
So last thoughts on this one, Nicole?
Yeah, this is just more of a question for staff. So Mark, I hear your point that putting them together, that you get more like your that they kind of both get in there, but that almost feels like a sneaky 2-for-1. Full of staff is what I heard you two say. But these are kind of separate things, separate efforts. So my question is, if we're pooling them, do we need to think about those still as the work of 2 priorities? So is that 2 for 2?
With all fairness, we combined 3 things related to.
So hold on. I want to hear from Nuria, but just to be clear, if you decide that you would like to move one of these over here, the first thing I'm going to ask staff is what's the list? And so the thing you need to be mindful about is as you combine, you're reducing the number of stickies, but you're changing the lift of any given sticky. So then I'm going to ask staff to look at that and be like, now that you see that's up there, can y'all do all that? And they'll be like, oh, now that I see that that's 17 stickies that masquerading as 1, not so much. Right, so it's the right question, and Nuria, if you had a different answer, I'd be pleased to hear it.
Not a different answer, but I will say that if we're now, as I hear, and I appreciate Aisha's comments, because now if it's beyond code and we're talking about something different, right? Then we've got to take that into account. Because I get it, if you're trying to combine code changes, I can maybe see that. If there is a desire to scope it differently, then I think you all have to honor that and talk about that scope change. So I think that's a decision for you all, right?
So let me just see if I can put together what my clearest ask is and where it applies here. And the chief brought up a good point about compliance, but I'm not sure we're talking about that at this stage, because that will come if we decide to do code changes. And some of the things like you make a contingent on sale, like we do with shingles, right? So it's sort of like on the onus, and it just happens when the turnover occurs. But real question, is, do we want to look at these acute changes that add to the wildfire protection fund? That's really kind of the core here is, would this add to the suite of ways in which we are committing to community, how we are protecting this community and provide certainty and clarity? Because I think the biggest things we look at the curbside assessment, I can voluntarily do my house. My neighbor can have all the vegetation and juniper up against theirs. And that puts my house in intrinsically much higher percentage, even though I've done the best things for me, and that's not fair. And so so the code change creates a fairness among the homes on there, because once the first home goes, the percentage of the rest go up dramatically. And so just because one person isn't doing the work shouldn't mean that the rest of us have to suffer as a result of that. And having that code change is a key piece of that.
So love for you to answer, that's probably leaving separate, move on.
Clarification question, so I understand. What I think I'm hearing is you're suggesting this might be just based on new construction or new tweaking the code, but it wouldn't be retroactive. Or are we saying retroactive?
We would need to consider, I think we consider retroactive. In fact, Congress reduce just have to build and they actually provide grants for that. And in case if we have an ordinance in place, people can apply for that money to then go after that hardening. I think we need to have that conversation. Is it just going forward or is it? But I don't think we need to predetermine that here. It's just, are we going to pursue code changes for wildlife hardening? And in that debate, we look at the suite of those pieces of what are the costs of it being retroactive versus forward. I don't think I'm equipped to just answer that right here in this very
I'm
moment.
gonna encourage you not to try to answer it now.
Yeah.
because we do-
No, I'm not, but I appreciate
Yeah.
that distinction. But I do ask as we take this forward that we actually do make that distinction, whether it's retroactive or just new. Because the lift is
Yeah.
extraordinarily different between the two.
Okay, all right, Mark, you have a thought on this, and then Lauren has a thought, and then I'd like to take a break.
Intentionally speaking.
I appreciate the honesty of that.
I don't know what extent we can actually do retroactive requirements, but we can certainly create incentives for those homes to be hardened using all sources of funding that we can get our hands on. And with respect to major renovations and new homes, you walk the Yellowstone neighborhood, you will see home after home that is wood clad with junipers right up against the house. And you look at that and go, well, kindling. I mean, it's.
It's great times.
So what do you need from us for this pizza? To
I
place
heard-
it on.
We're not doing that yet.
Oh, sorry.
We do that.
A lot of it is what I need, yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm still trying to get any just to be clear, we were on clarifying questions. Yeah, I know, right? That was, yeah. So Lauren, it looks like maybe you're gonna have the last one. And then we're gonna do other fun things.
I am okay with combining them as long as the landscape is slightly broader than just looking at wildfire.
Okay. Rest of council, those would be cool, if those become a package. You all understand that that might change staff's response on lift, yeah? Okay, we're probably keep that, all right. Okay. And then will you make me another sticky, Eric? Wait, there it is. Mark, Aaron, I'm just making up names now, it's like, Walter. You have use for me, Stephen, thank you. All right. All right, did anyone have any other clarifying questions? Tina?
New thing.
Yeah.
On the exam, it's saying today's allocations for development.
You can read that?
Yeah.
Damn, girl, nice, okay.
Strong. But
Yes.
is that, or is there a certain size that is at any home in Boulder? Is it for things that are over half an acre or things that are in the urban center?
I was just more so saying that I feel like we are underestimating how much green space is needed for the thousands of people that are in particular developments, and so I would like to be able to kind of do that calculation and make the consideration of actually adding more green space requirement. So again, I don't know where that lands. I just, based on when I look at developments and then I see their green space parts and recognize that that's not enough. So that's where I'm.
And one of the things that makes me interested in that particular discussion is that in the transit bill that's being considered right now, legislation, because of the minimum density and our height, we may not be able to add more green space. So I think it's a good discussion to think about what does it end up looking?
Okay. This ends up over here somewhere. Do we clear? Oh, you don't have like.
Well, and it may also be a part of that fiscal projection one, because there was a green space
Yeah.
thing.
Smart.
Open space, not green space.
Oh,
Got it. Okay.
yeah.
But
Yep.
I can sit that with Brian. The way we require green space in our multifamily development doesn't like weird things count for it sometimes, like lunar streets, which are majority paved. And so there are things I could see, and it doesn't always make sense on every property, like if it's a small lot, the amount of green space might not be useful. So I could also see us just looking at that code section and seeing, is that the way that most makes sense? Or should we be taking fees and developing more intentional park spaces and doing it in a slightly different way that isn't necessarily creating that on site, but still allocating it equitably across the city.
I like what you did, Ryan. Thank you so much. And as somebody, again, I come from big cities in addition to beautiful lush places, and big city land. I just want to talk right from, as somebody that has lived in high density places.
It is good.
It does not, our air quality goes down significantly. And so I just want to honor that when we are asking for density, there needs to be as equal of an acceleration around green, biodiversity, all of those things. Otherwise, those big city problems are gonna find their way here.
Yeah. All right, your cards up. You good? You good? Good thinking. All right. Anyone else have a clarifying question here? Because if not, I really want to get to the part where you choose which ones are most important to you.
I would like to add community engagement to the BBSD because that was in service to the BBSD. So it's a little orange one right there in the middle, under facilities. And I feel like that kind of belongs, that was mine.
It says ahead of the Boulder Valley Comp Plan.
Right, and so, you know, it's in service, it's, you know, I'm wondering if that's a.
Tuck in. Are they separate stickies or are they the same?
I'm advocating, if you don't mind, to put that in there.
So I'm adding.
You're sticky with my sticky.
Nice. Double the heat.
I'm adding plus community engagement framework on this one. So if you select this one as a priority, that is now included. You done with that?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Anybody else? All right, here's what happens next, my chickadees. I'd love for you to take a break, stretch your legs. some fresh air, maybe visit with one another. When you come back, I will give you each 2 rounds to tell me which one of these items you'd like for us to move over here. That means no more than 2 per person. They're not all gonna make the cut. I'm not even sure there's 18 left, but yeah. They're not all gonna make the final cut, but this is where you say, like, to me, I would really like for us to lift this one up. This is answers your question, Matt, which is how do I get that over there? This is how. But what you're gonna have to tell me is, Heather, I wanna move mental health, substance abuse, roadmap strategy over to the further consideration board. And then I'm gonna say, great, tell me where you think it goes on the impact thing. You're going to briefly tell me where you think it goes here and why. And then I'm gonna say, hey, staff, lift, and they're gonna say, big lift or small lift, and I'm gonna stick it. We could spend 3 hours debating impact on any one of these, which we will not do. I will defer to the first person. If someone else feels very, 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 very strongly that they're very, 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 very wrong, I will hear that. And then just someone's like, and then what are you gonna do? I'm like, then I'm gonna average it and I'll put it right here. So just whether or not that's use your time, be mindful. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna go around once and around twice. Staff in the middle between round 1 and round 2. If you would like to share anything that council might want to know in terms of what your bandwidth is. Happy to hear it at that time, but only if you think it's necessary based on what you're seeing move over there in round 1. We'll do the second round. Then I'm gonna give you some dots and you're gonna dot the things that are over here. Tell me which ones you think are gonna make the cut. Everyone tracking on the plan? Yes, ma'am?
How many dots do we get?
6. And over 3 is the math. There'll be 18 things here probably. If there are substantially fewer than 18, then I will give you substantially fewer dots, but we'll see how that shakes out. Okay? So before you break, if everyone would please find your playing card from earlier and pass it to the person on your left. Oh.
I don't have one.
Thank you.
I will deliver yours over here. High card goes first round on this round. High card goes first. Who's got it? All right, Tina will be our first when we come back from break. By this. Yeah. Oh, snap. It is 2:08. Given the amount of work we still have, I don't want to get overly confident. If we could take just a short 10, come back at 20 after by this clock behind you, that'd be grand. Go.
Yeah, you just talk to her.
Come along, my darlings, come along. All right.
This is mine.
Ryan's over here.
Oh, there he is.
It's furry. All right. So just as a reminder. I'm going to ask you in order, reverse order of the cards, Pen goes first. What item would you like to have moved over to this board for further consideration as a counter priority? You will tell me which sticky it is. You may have to, as you've already been doing, tell me where I will find it. And then you will tell me, I really would discourage you from reminding us why you think this is important. I think we're good now on that. What I would love to hear is, please grab this sticky. I think it is this here in the impacts and tell me why. And then staff, you should be ready. I'm gonna say, director person. Tell me roughly size of lift, and I'm gonna stick it there. If someone has, again, very serious heartburn about that, I'd like to hear it. Otherwise, I would encourage you just to live with it. It's not determinative of anything. It's just an information point for us, so we'll do that. So we'll do that one round, and then I will ask any director that wants to say, now that you're putting those things up here, I need for you to know, like, that thing is such a big lift that influences these other things. You should anticipate trade-offs when we come back to you. Or if you leave that one up there, if that one wins the day, I can't do anything else, whatever. You guys are smart, you know what I mean. So you'll do that, and you will be brief. And then, council, this is the fun thing. Then you're gonna move those cards one more time. And then I'm gonna go load up. So,
Is it gonna reverse in the second round or are you saying?
reverse. So we're gonna high to low first and then low to high second. He's like, well, I don't know what cards to say. I don't know if I'm angry about that or not. See how I'll mix it up? All right, everybody cool about the plan? You understand? All right, I saw a lot of what looked like collaborative problem solving happening over the break. So, is that what it's called? It's called collaborative problem solving. And it's badly, it's called manipulating the process. See, it's really all in the frame. Clarifying question, Nicole.
Are you intending that we are ranking so that we're doing the most important one first and then second, or is it all?
I am deferring to you on how you would like to do that. You could do what's most important to you. You could do, I think I can get a majority of council on this one, so I want it to win. You could do, I just think it'd be hilarious to put this one up there, see what people say, whatever. All right, trust you to make good choices. Yes.
Can you just give us a minute after the first round to digest? Because I'm in the front on both now. I really need a minute.
Yes. I will not start the next round until you surrender, okay? All right. It's gonna be okay. Yes.
One lead over clarifying question from before. I heard from the committee that they are going to be talking about ranked choice voting for council in the study session on ballot initiatives. So is that correct?
And council pay, I believe those will both be a part of the memo that's coming to us.
Well, yeah, Teresa, I sent you have a question, a comment.
We do. So those are big enough to live that, that if they are not decided on today and they come forward later, then something else might have to move.
Yes.
So you would prefer that they be here, and if they're a priority, we'll know.
I want council to do their will, but I need them to know that if there are 10 priorities and one of them is not ranked choice voting, and then in 3 weeks, you say we want to do ranked choice voting, I'm gonna say, what would you like the city attorney's office to not do?
Okay, that's a great question. Yep.
I got a quick. I'm confused about that prioritization because this is part of a suite of things in a memo I presume we'll see on May 9th. So if they're all part of that May 9th memo, it feels weird picking 2 of them now without seeing what the rest of that stuff is. Regarding ballot measures and you name it. So
I think you should make the trade-off later. I think you could absolutely do that. What I'm telling you is that's gonna be a heavy lift. And so, if council decides that they want to do it at that time, right, like ranked choice voting, do we want to consider that is a big question of, right, how would it look, what kind, what method? I heard Aaron saying there are different models and, right, so.
you try to start the work before May 9th? Okay. Yeah.
I'm going home and working on it tonight, Matt.
It seems redundant.
Okay. Anybody else? In that case, who is the owner of the 10 of hearts? Hi, Tina. What do you got for me? Middle Housing Task Force, and tell me, impact?
Hi.
And staff, tell me lift. Kurt?
So.
You said 175.
No, I said.
75%.
Alright. The 9 of hearts, please. Hello, friend, what's up?
holistic climate policy and city code. I don't know how high this, I suppose everybody thinks this is high. I think this is high. This is high, because it would establish firm guidelines for to succeed in our climate future. It's very high on the list of values for our community. High.
Okay. Is this a Jonathan or Teresa question on lift?
Possibly a combination. I'm looking at Brad, he's shaking his head.
Tell me where to put it.
Yeah, high-ish, go that way.
This way?
Yeah,
There's good?
yeah,
Live with that?
yeah, because I think it's up to play.
Okay.
Oh.
So, yeah. I'm aware that I just put these pieces down here just for my own entertainment. They're all best. It makes me feel like you have choices. All right, great. Who's got the 8 of hearts? Tara, what do you got for me?
Connectors, I'm gonna say it's a high impact and a low lift.
Show me where it is.
Community vitality.
Community, right, no, left,
Yep.
there it is.
No.
No,
Hot
that's
pink, left.
Hot pink.
To the left.
community vitality.
So when you said pink, you meant pink, is what you're saying, and not green, got it. And you said high impact?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, and you were proposing medium lift?
No, low lift.
Low lift, love to hear from staff.
If it is planning and prioritization only, medium to a little just over medium. If it's implementation of things, if we want to see a tram, train, trail or something in 2 years, then it's high.
Or lights. Sarah, how did you understand it? Planning or implementation or both?
People go a little lower than that. Yeah, that's good.
Because only planning?
There's both.
Planning
So it needs to come this way.
Yeah.
Here?
Well, yes, if Natalie's nodding, then I know.
It needs to be over on a heavier lift. Okay, you cool with that? Okay, all right. 7. All right,
Council pay,
council pay.
last time. And for this one, I know that the left is, on the heavier side, and we have to have ballot measures, right? I would hope this would be the 2024. So it would be, heavier side, a short period of time, so I don't know if it's way of averaging out, because some of these are like 2 years, this is really just getting it on the map. So I know it's still, I'm not saying it's not a lot of work in that time, but we're good.
Tell me what you thought on impact.
Oh, impact, I think very helpful.
Teresa, high 5 medium. Medium, okay.
Wait, did you put mine the highest lift of everything?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And don't panic. As you can see, this is not a scientific process. Some directors may remember the years of, oh, just tuck that in. Where we have what looked like on the surface a very organized thing and then like 17 stickies that were stacked behind it. And we're like, we're just gonna pretend that was one thing. I see your face, Carl. He's like, oh God, that was. Okay. 6.
Family-friendly, vibrant neighborhoods.
Family friendly, right, where am I gonna find that?
The one that's.
Oh, yeah, when you amended. And just to be clear, that was your sexy retitling or retitling of increased housing density in low density residential zones, particularly along transit zones and corridors.
Yeah, so density and use standards, I say family neighborhood.
She rebranded it to make it sound sexier.
Okay, and I'm willing to admit that that is probably gonna be in that upper right-hand corner as the highest level.
Yeah. TDMS, yes?
They're not.
Was that thumbs up or is that a little higher? Oh, okay.
We need a ladder, Brian.
All right, who's 5? 5? All right, what do you got?
The long-term financial strategy.
All right. Oh, wow, you got applause. Okay. Impact,
I think the impact is extremely high.
okay, and
Soon the lift will be.
Right above the green, I think. Because we want to do it. It's a lot of lead, but we're gonna. There, that's good.
somewhere in here? Okay.
Good thing Heather's got some heels going.
That's right, that's right. I was gonna wear practical shoes and then I anticipated this. I mean, I also could have just hung this lower. You see, I made a series of choices. Yeah. All right, 4 hearts. All right, Aaron.
Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan Update completing in 2026.
All right,
It's in that kind of top quarter area.
right, staff. Hire.
There you go. That's all right.
Jonathan, do you remember the time we did the Eisenhower sort with the planning staff, when David Driscoll was here? And the spectrums had to start with, so Eisenhower's importance and urgency, but it started with important to very important and urgent to very, very urgent, but there was no less urgent. It was like, it was presumed that everything is already like super critical. This is it, yeah. All right, 3 hearts.
That's me.
Okay.
So I would like to propose. Okay, here's the deal. I am going to ask us to reconsider a focus on the climate action plan update. Because to me, it is inclusive of climate resilience, of water education, of biodiversity exploration. And so similar to the high utilizer piece from the perspective of it's not necessarily new, but anything we do on climate is new. Because you're constantly working with a variety of uncertainties that don't exist elsewhere. So that is what I am.
So is that like a sort of a scope expansion of the current climate action plan update to include the water literacy and biodiversity stuff? Okay. Jonathan, can you just tell us what
I'm
that
just trying to find some synergies between, because I can make a case for water literacy. I can make a case for, but to me, the problem with the way that we talk about climate right now is silent. It cannot be silent. It has to be ecosystems focused. So either climate resilience 2.0, which is why I made that point in the first place, because it is not as easy as being like, this one thing. That's the problem with the way that we deal with climate right now.
Okay. Can those things be integrated into this? I appreciate it's scope expansion, but can they fit in this bucket?
Speechless. So is this now we're like tucking in, is that how we're like?
But we're acknowledging that it would be a scope expansion, and so I'm giving you an opportunity to say, yes, it can fit in this bucket and.
Well, I think the way you just described it would have to fit into that bucket, wouldn't do it separately, so I'd have to scope it a little bit. I'm certainly think it's, I've put it in a high lift.
Okay. All right, and then
I can live with that.
you try to assume somewhere over here for impact, yeah?
And none of those things exist without that one.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's all right.
And I reclaim the Trump card.
Okay, and you probably can't read my teeny tiny scribble, but I just put up here just so we don't forget is water literacy, biodiversity, and then we can, and else. Okay, and then who owns the 2 hearts? Hey there.
Wildfire hardening.
Wildfire hardening. Where do we end up putting that?
Was it new one?
Maybe you. You, and is that wildfire hardening or wildfire hardening?
It was a new one that
Okay, it was the rescoped,
It was
Retro.
Yeah, it was the rescoped.
rescoped with the landscaping.
Including retroactive code changes?
No. No, it was not including that based on some new information from staff.
This is one, yeah.
It's just,
Perspective.
it's just wildfire hardening. The retroactive is not a part of it.
Okay.
If someone wants to bring that up at a later date, great. But the new update is we're gonna be talking about some codes related to this, perhaps later this fall. And the wildfire hardening will set the landscape for what that code change will be by making it a priority through the filter of code changes in the WUI now.
Okay, so it was rescoped as landscape, including wildfire hardening, because it picked up some of those pieces from Lauren's earlier item. Okay, and where, tell me where?
Certainly high impact. I think it's probably a medium lift.
Yeah, I don't think it's a huge lift.
But I gotta make sure Brad's comfortable, because it also has the land.
Yeah, within the scope that Matt just talked about it would be I would say 25% to the right there of lift.
Right?
Yeah, right there.
Okay. So, but then on impact, it's sort of in here. Okay, so somewhere in here. I'm gonna move him, it's gonna be fine. I'm gonna move. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
So within the scope of what was just described, does it also include some of the water stuff that I thought was bucketed in this too? Is that anything?
I think it does, yes, that was.
What, water efficiency?
Water efficiency.
Changes, water efficiency.
That changes the lift, then, I'm sorry, I didn't understand that. That's a much bigger goal.
That's why I didn't understand the rewrite, because it didn't encompass what we had discussed, so.
Okay, so over here, Brad, comfortable? Okay, and now it does include water efficiency. Okay, good.
Can you all repeat what that is so that we have clarity in the notes?
So I was surprised that was it, because I thought that Lauren was pulling those parts out, and then I was confused that it got wrapped back in, but that's okay.
So let's
So I think
repeat what it is.
it's, I'll try to explain this in real time. Wildfire hardening for residential structures. Code changes this fall are pending, and this will lead into that. And then with that is landscaping revisions that are not just related to wildfire hardening, but then also water.
Encourage the use of native plants, low water usage. And reduce.
While we have the landscaping bucket open, we won't touch that.
I put in just for my own notes, plus water efficiency and Zarek. Is that a good shorthand,
Yeah.
Brad?
Can I provide some?
Sure.
Can I provide clarity?
Yeah.
So what Matt is speaking to is solidly in the building code.
What?
So what Matt is speaking to is solidly in the building code updates. Any landscape code updates is solidly in the zoning code. And that's why they're two very different lifts.
Can I ask a clarifying question? I mean, part of what Matt is talking about would be changing which plants you would be allowed to use for fire purposes. Would that not then touch the landscaping standards in the zoning code?
That piece would, but the part that he was reacting to was a conversation that we had around the WUI international codes, which is solidly building code. So that's building materials, all that. It would not touch the landscaping. Any landscaping code updates, WUI or water wise, is a very significant lift for the reasons that Mike spoke to in terms of enforcement and those types of things.
But we clarified that we weren't speaking retroactively. We're just talking about new construction codes.
Right.
So things like our current code requiring mulch essentially. And how that's not in the best interest of our fire protection.
And maybe I'm getting ahead of myself and I could phone a friend here, both from Joe and Mike, if they don't mind kind of speaking up, but putting that code in there is relatively straightforward. We would want to engage on a conversation about how we administer that and enforce it.
I mean, I think she's talking about things that we already do, and it's just the checklist would be a little bit different.
Like
when you inspect for a permit, did they meet their landscaping standards?
Yeah, so we already have that in the landscape code for everything that's not single family detached. We don't have any mechanism in place right now to do site plan review on single family detached homes. Then that's what this way different. We would have to create an administrative program to do single family detached housing site plan review and landscape submittals.
It does get imposed in single family zoning, particularly around streetscape design.
Yes, at the subdivision, yeah, and
On a lot by lot basis. Anyway. Sorry. Okay.
yeah, no, so I'm just trying to provide clarity and
But I'm still not clear on what exactly that encompasses of what you want to do.
yeah.
I have concerns that our current code creates outcomes that are not in line with our goals of wildfire resistance and reduced water usage, and I would like us to relook at that in both our multifamily and single family zones. Yeah, as the code is currently.
And could we say that like that additional scoping would need to be done and we try to do it in as low a lift way as possible?
That would be lower.
Okay. So do I leave it where it is now?
Yeah.
Is it cool here, Brad, based on this conversations?
Where did land
It's right here.
I think it can be even a lower lift for the way it's just up. Yeah. It's a
No,
lift.
no, that's impact.
Sorry, thank you.
Yeah, up.
Yep, so right here. Okay. So don't worry about cover your thing, remove them before you dot them. All right. You and everybody, please take your card, pass it to the person on your left.
This is fine.
Yep, we just rotated.
So I'm first.
We start with the low card.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Because I want to do the economic development over there. I'm wondering if I could fold it in to the downtown situation. Can it be folded into, since I have a high highway.
Tara, I can answer that question. I don't think so, and the reason is that the economic vitality strategy is really broader than that. It's
Okay.
really a constant update of the economic sustainability strategy. That work is led primarily out of economic vitality, which is in the city manager's office. The way that connectors work is proposed and scoped up there would be led primarily out of community vitality with a bunch of support from other departments in all cases, but I think they're two distinctly different projects.
So economic development strategy, including policy and code changes related to office vacancy, business recruitment, incentives, a vacancy tax, social streets, community events. That's what it is.
What I have here is economic vitality development plan and incentives for conversion, including small business support.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, cool.
It's just a much broader list and staff's aware of these.
Yeah.
Staff's already. We're all on the same page, all on the same page.
Before I stick this up there, I realized I forgot my own rule, which I wanted to give directors a chance to provide any feedback before council members of the second run, and I'll give you a chance to do over on this if you want to, based on what you hear, Tara. Any of you need to say anything based on what's already happened up here, just as a, hey, council FYI? Hey, look, Brad has an FYI.
Sorry about that. Hi, everybody.
You should sit over here, Brad.
Trying not to do that. One less than last retreat. That's fair enough. The Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan, I appreciate it being listed where it is. I will say a lot of the other, really almost all of the other ones become fairly implicating in our ability to do that. So that is a big citywide lift and it's every department. We happen to be the sponsors of it, but it's citywide. Attorney's office, communications, and every single subject matter. So when you're thinking about anything else that's up in that upper right-hand corner, we will probably collectively with city manager's office, when we come back, I think on May 9th, is that how we're doing this? May 2nd. There will probably be some trade-offs there that we'll have to further define that we may not be able to do on the fly today. So I just encourage everybody to keep that in mind. But also especially true of our both policy planning group and the long range planning division.
Any other directors need to provide any additional information or context for council? Okay, hearing none. Tara, you still gonna put this one up?
Yeah.
All right, so where do you think it goes?
It's a low lift.
Low lift?
Jennifer, do you want to suggest this?
It's not a low lift. Tell me how far you want me to go.
There.
But in the upper corner, the impact is how we pay for all of this.
So over here on list?
Yes.
Okay, great. You're good. Somewhere in here on impact, okay?
So we keep going.
Fantastic. All right. Who is the lucky duck with number 3? All right, what do you got for me? Ooh, you heavy side.
I'm looking for something that's high impact and lower lift.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be
It's
nice?
not, it hasn't really been.
Great.
The top, the regional approach to migration. I think it's called loose.
Support regional approach in meeting recent immigration needs.
Immigration needs.
Okay,
Yeah,
tell me where you think that is on impact.
high impact, low lift.
I impact. I love that there was giggling. Okay, I'd love to hear from staff, CMO. Lift,
I think it is a lighter lift.
okay. Medium-ish here.
Bit lighter.
Back to-
Right, but this is not here.
High impact, I would say lighter lifts as we started.
Over here more? Okay,
Yeah. Well done.
all right. Okay, number 4. Yes, ma'am.
As scoped anyway.
BBD, yep, Lauren.
I'm gonna go with sign code revisions.
Board. It's got this. That's right.
Oh, man. I feel like we gotta go in a game where it's like, definitely. Like sign code revisions for 500, Heather? Yes, that'd be great.
Impact, Lauren, what's your impression?
It's not gonna be the highest impact thing. It's, yeah, sure.
Okay, Brad? 50?
Do I get to lead now?
The automatic shackles actually kick in that chair. Yeah.
I love that this is a passion. I will also say it is actually an extraordinarily big lift, especially for the city attorney's office. Sign codes unfortunately are, and I say this with no exaggeration, of all the codes I've ever worked on, zoning codes, sign codes are the hardest. Which is unfortunate because it is really a very small part of overall zoning. But combined with the Supreme Court case of 2015, it was already hard to begin with. And with that having happened, it's just even harder to distinguish between the things that people find abhorrent out in the world in terms of the built environment and how people do workarounds on sign codes to do things that would universally be thought of as abusive, and make that distinction in a way that's equitable and meaningful and administrable is very, very difficult. And it mostly lies with the attorney's office.
Okay, yep. With that pitch, I would like to change. Okay.
It won't go away. It'll be there.
I don't know that you should go that. All right, it's still gonna be a pink option. You know, with examine pathways at the very bottom, yes. What is that?
Examine pathways for increasing green space allocation for new development.
As long as it's okay I would like to look at that as how we kind of chatted about it with. Instead of on a parcel by parcel basis, like, are there ways that we can ensure we're getting like public park allocation?
Brad.
Yeah, she said that. She's like, I don't know where you're going.
Yeah, I think with my understanding of that, that could have a medium to high impact. Well, you get to decide that, but as far as a lift, you're probably in the right ballpark. It's gonna be a combination of things we can examine through the comp plan. It'll be part of any individual developments that come through and decisions that you make relative to that. There are probably some tweaks that we would be making with any other code changes, and then opportunities through both park service levels, if Valley wanted to speak to that, and related things. So it's cross department.
Thank you. All right, number 5. All right, Matt.
We'll go with research possible. This is from city attorney's office. So in the yellow, we have research possible tools, reserve rental housing and ownership balance.
Okay, and you think that goes where on impacts?
On impact is gonna be somewhere in the middle.
Okay,
And I mean, it's research tools, so I don't know where that. I put it to Teresa in terms of impact, but I can't see it being huge, probably somewhere in the middle. It all depends on what we choose to do.
Without more scoping, I would say medium lift.
okay. 6 hots. Tina.
I will go with the study implementation of policy programs.
Okay. Impact.
I think high.
Okay. Staff? Studying, implementation of public assistance programs, including high utilizers.
I think it's medium.
So high impact, medium lift, like right there? Cool.
Awesome. There's no room for Sunday.
Great answer.
Church now. Okay, 7 of hearts. Alicia, what you got?
I am gonna go with, mobile home park utility upgrade. Thank you, thank you.
And impact?
Oh, sorry.
Impact.
Hi.
Hi, okay, staff? Probably medium, so somewhere in here? Okay,
Nice.
Medium's fine. We're kind of already doing that in a support role, so.
so more, okay. Okay,
And that's inclusive of water and energy.
That's probably what.
Water, wastewater.
Eight of hearts.
Get in.
All right, Nicole, what you got for me?
I've got the, working group for addressing council process changes.
Okay.
In my mind, this is a higher impact, lighter lift, largely because it is us, council, more so than staff. Again, scoping, it's not necessarily looking for charter changes or things like that. It's operational things we can change.
You're comfortable with it somewhere over here? Yep. Right, is this, okay, Nicole?
It's fine by me as long as it's good with staff.
Yep, great. All right, in the home stretch here, 9 of hearts.
Take a rate choice voting for 1,000, please. And just so this would be to put together a working group to look at possibilities and come back to us. And I want to be very careful about impact on staff here. So this is not a right away kind of a thing. I would think we could start it after ballot measure season this year. And then it could kick off in time to maybe bring us something a year later, or maybe even after that. So I just want to be sensitive to the impacts and the way we address it.
So I annotated that, just a working group to explore options and tell me what you think in terms of impact.
It's kind of the medium.
Okay, medium impact here and lift. It's a working group. Right there.
I would say a little to the right.
Sure. Okay, great.
Point of clarification.
Yes, ma'am.
So to the part where Joe just said that the utility program upgrades are already happening, I just don't want to take a spot if, you know, what I mean, like, will it help or will it not?
It's more than just utilities. We have a supporting role in the mobile home parks, but.
Because I'm even thinking, Mike, to the wind damage piece that we had talked about. And just some of that other, you know, I'm just concerned with our mobile home community, period. And so, sorry.
From my standpoint, I think I assume that council still really cares about this and we should do it, but.
Aaron, I'm coming back to you because I know that was also on your list.
Yeah, I mean, I think to the extent that it's a priority, it signals to staff and to the community about how we're valuing it. So I think there's still a potential value.
And I mean, yes.
So cool. Okay, great. Good conversation. Thank you. All right. Where was I? Did we do 9? And I just didn't write it down? Yes, that was you. Okay, all right. Last but not least, 10 of hearts. All right.
I was going to do the mobile homes, as well.
You can just give it a here.
Right, you know.
I'm not going to choose another.
I might next list of council first, our council retreat first, applause. Yeah. All right, so council. I'm gonna ask Will and anyone else who wants to come and take a picture of this. And then make sure we lift up the other ones and take a picture of what's underneath there, just so we can capture this. Then we're gonna move these to the back of this whiteboard. While you think about where you would like to put your 6 dots. Yes.
Sorry, just a quick point of order, and I'm sorry if this isn't my job, but I was just thinking, some of the very early ones that went on the board without the benefit of the relative kind of sorting. For example, codifying climate action in city code. I just want to make sure is that looks right compared to some of the other stuff. I actually can't find it. I'm not sure if it's.
Honestly,
Under.
Yeah, I wouldn't sweat it too much. This doesn't mean particularly anything other than notes.
So that actually is higher than the ones to the left.
This was not signed.
Yeah, this is not signed. This is just gut check. So I wouldn't even sweat it.
But it's meant to be useful, right? I mean,
Removing it.
Okay, fine. I'm good, thank you.
Okay, all right. So Will, if you'll come take a picture, make sure you do the what I just did. There's just two here that are doubled up. Council, you need to think about how you'd like to spend these here dots. Yeah. Yes,
Now, rather than here.
yeah, he wants, hold on. Here-ish, not changing. There, like. Now I have a different one. See, this is why it's hard, okay. Like that.
Thank you.
Yeah, all right, council. Some of you, I don't think anyone here was there, and there was a great dot methodology debate of, I don't know, 2009. Where I stood in the snow, in an actual snowstorm outside the library with a former member of council, debating dot methodology. Yeah, it was a special time. And where I ended with is, and you guys know me now, well, that's like what I said, dude, you're overthinking this. So dudes, don't overthink this. People always ask, can I put more than one dot on a single item? They're your dots. If, I don't know, how would I even? How police that? How would I police that?
What are you telling me?
But while you can, and I wouldn't know, I would ask you just to think about whether that is the most strategic use of your dots, particularly given the amount of lobbying I was seeing and coordinating that I was seeing during the break. And then someone's gonna ask, can I tear one of my dots in two? And then I'm seriously gonna roll my eyes and be like, no, that is a bridge too far. So if you, and then someone always asks, can I sell my dots? And I'm like. It was snowing, I'm telling you, and I have all these questions. I'm like, wow, that is a lot of things. Make good choices, be honorable people that I know that you are.
So don't put two dots on one, is that where we're going now?
Again, I would discourage it, but how would I know? Because they're all the same color.
Oh, okay.
They're all the same color. Could I go through and put everyone's name on the, yes. Do I think that's actually useful? No.
It's the honorable.
So you're asking us not to, is what I meant.
Right, I'm encouraging you not to.
Okay.
I appreciate that this might take a minute. So we will resume. While you're thinking about it, we're gonna get them stuck up over here. And then away you shall go with the dot. You guys might help them move the things over. That's for you. That's for you. Yes. Wow, you got plenty of well, rolling your better than mine.
Thank you.
I don't think it's doing that. Once they're up, let's move the board to the center here so they don't have to all crowd around. Hey, dot at your convenience.
Dot at will, people, dot at will.
Wait, All you picture takers, not to worry, you'll have more time.
Is PD&S near the emergency exit?
No, all right.
And they're just super fun.
Yes. You had fun? I strive for a fun retreat, as I think you know. All right. Maria, I'm organizing these in descending order of dots from left to right. So these are all the fives. Right. That makes these the fours. Okay, and then we sort of have else. Right there. That's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Love it. Are we done? All right.
Time for comments or?
I want to first, Nuria said yes on the number. I want to check in with directors. Brad, how you feeling, man?
I can't see it from here, so I assume none of ours are up there.
You have a fair amount. Yeah.
We don't have something planned for answer this.
I mean, can I just say? so I
Yeah.
don't-
Yeah. Go ahead.
The final ones got split. I mean, there's 4 right there, so I don't know if you're taking comments.
Yeah, apparently I am. So yeah, you finish your thought, then I'll hear your shot. Go
I'm
ahead.
just pointing out, there's thematic.
Not having a climate priority.
Okay, I need one person to talk.
Go ahead.
Tell me what
So
the
I'm just
issue
pointing
is.
out, there's some thematically similar ones where the like votes got split, and I'm wondering if people having voted, looking at it now, you know, would they?
Other council perspectives?
How many are we allowed?
Finish. Nuri said her dream was 10. Yep.
Is there anything, any thought that goes into around the amount of time that these are gonna take? Because that's, and I mean, extended over our council term.
Separate from the overall lift, yeah.
Okay, right, and that really is like a short-term thing. So, I mean, I know it's different departments and everything like that, but are we giving any consideration in this list of 10? Or is that just the assumption that some will be quick, some will take a little longer? Does that go, because I think, you know, we've seen repeatedly in surveys, polls from the community, climate is a really important issue for our community. And I think, Taisha made a comment earlier that what we lift up as priorities signals to the community what it is that we're noticing that they care about and pay attention to.
So let me let Nuri respond to that, and then I'll come to you, Mark.
Yeah, I mean, I take it. There is no magic number in 10, other than traditionally, we need to have some certainty in what staff capacity is, right? Because beneath all of that, there is all of this and all that's on the other side, and all that is the work plan and all that is core services, right? And so we need to move forward with the work that is there. And I want to acknowledge too, that there are some that are, well, certainly not a heavy lift for all of staff. I will say that you have seen, particularly I want to think about the state attorney, that council pay is still a lift both for the clerk's office and for city attorney if we're moving forward. So I get that. And, you know, how it depends on what else is added to the, so I just want to be thoughtful about what that looks like.
After Mark, yeah.
Just for process matter, I would be reluctant to lift up one, complete it, and then replace it with something else. I think it would be a good result if staff were to survive this council term. And you know, be functional at the end of 2 years. And there's a lot of work here.
What I will say too is that what we have done in council past is add a yes if, right? We have had a chart and we tried to do that last term, right? If we are done, and you saw last year, we did not get to that. We had an item too, that was, what was the item that was relatively quickly? That was an electoral item. Oh, even year's election, right? We were able to do that relatively quickly and still we did not get to all of the items on the term, to your point on council pay. And we barely got to the council term items before the election ended. So just because we end one item on the council work plan or as a council priority does not mean that we finish the council priorities before it's time. We have a yes if, and we can certainly put things on that agenda, but there is a lot of work that is done across the city that we do not get to.
So I see that, I hear that there's serious concern and frustration about these two issues around climate not elevating to the top. I also see that there's a piece on there, as Nicole mentioned, climate pay or council pay. It's already gonna be thrown at us on the 9th. The charter committee is gonna be working on it. And the question is, does it need to be elevated as a work plan item? If we're gonna just be doing it as part of our charter work? So it's a real fundamental question. Is it burning one? And does putting it up there mean that those votes could be reallocated to something like climate? So it's, I mean, the fact that it's there, I'll be honest, I chose council pay because I saw its critical nature. If it weren't up there, I would have put my doubt on climate. So that's the rub we have. And if we're already gonna be heading down that path, one could reallocate appropriately.
I think I heard from Teresa that it is going to be a heavy enough lift, that it is a council priority.
Yep. Yeah, so I appreciate all the comments that have been made and the point about we're signaling in part to the community, right, about what our priorities are. So what I do not want to place any additional work on city staff. You guys are overburdened already. But keeping in mind that we are already planning on updating the climate action plan, would it be possible to list it as one of our priorities since it is already work that we are planning to do?
This was one, I mean, when you talk about whether we put the scope back. So the original climate action plan update was on the back because it was happening anyway. So the reason I got moved over to the, but is it a priority wall was because we added to the scope of water literacy and biodiversity, which increased the lift. So the question on the table is either rescoped or not rescoped, can it just be listed as an 11th priority for the signaling value and sort of the importance to council and to the community? That's the first question, if you're comfortable with that. And then I would want to know, is that with the advanced scope or not?
I think I would call Jonathan up and ask Jonathan about the scope question. If you need the reiteration of what the expanded scope is, and see how comfortable you are, because I want to make sure that any expansion of scope fits within what you're able to accomplish within a work.
Thanks again for the record, Jonathan Cohen, Director of Climate Initiatives. So I was perfectly comfortable where this was sitting previously, as it is in motion. Staff is going to be taking a look at updated climate action plan with some of the things that we discussed earlier, with looking at our goals and targets, doing some of those updates, looking at expanding some of the scope of our work right now. Keisha, you and I had a conversation about some of the added scope that you brought forward. And so we've not fully scoped on what that actually is going to add to the update. I'm certainly comfortable adding it to the scope of our evaluation, whether or not it results in new programming, new additional resources to those programs. I can't answer that question right now, but I'm perfectly comfortable including it in our scope as we move it forward this year.
And could we say that if we can do additional things, we can do it, and if not, it falls on the yes if.
I think that's fair.
So I might say, like, we can move climate action plan over into this bunch. And what goes on the yes if is climate action plan scope expansion if allowed. Is that, are you comfortable with that?
Yep, okay, yep.
So I was earlier sort of asking a question, it was a procedural question that might affect the options here. We're just pointing out that if people, we all put dots on in different orders, so there's a little bit of randomness with what, some randomness with what are happening. And I'm just noticing, like, you've got two different climate ones here. And if the people who put dots on those, now having a chance to look at them before we put the dots away, would say my dots are in the right place. Like, for example, would people who have dots on the top one say, you know what, looking at this, maybe I want the bottom one, or vice versa, like before we put the dots away? Can we entertain that as a question? This is the next.
I mean, I'm not opposed to it in concept, but since I didn't have your names on your dots, how do I know that you're not living someone else's dot?
Well, we say justice, right?
I trust you.
I mean,
You a little bit less than the others, because you're new to me, but I think. No, I hear you. Yeah.
Say one idea is to ask the voters what they actually want, and then secondly, once that's decided, we can say, we're gonna put one or the other. Just want to make sure we were done with the dot putting exercise.
Love to hear other thoughts, perspectives on that. I don't understand. So if I could paraphrase, and you correct me if I'm wrong, right? Maybe if you had seen how the dots were gonna end up, you would have put your dots somewhere differently. We were watching the thing.
Well, just on the climate ones.
Just the climate. Right? And so the suggestion on the table is, should we have a moment to say anyone who put their dots somewhere else, would you like to move it? So that changes potentially a lot of things. So love to hear comfort or discomfort with it. Mark?
Yeah, I'm a little uncomfortable with relitigating the choices.
Point of order.
This is my third go round. Some of my priorities have been accepted as priorities, many have not. It's just the way it goes sometimes. There's always another retreat in 2 years. And I basically saying we don't like the result, I mean, it's a little troubling. Things I would put on. I want to redo the whole process.
Here's fun. The question is simply about, are we done with the dots? Put the dots. So if we're done with the dots, then good. Don't want to do it.
Yep. All right. I'd be inclined to let them lie unless 5 of you tell me you want to change it. All right, closure on that. Is that what your car was up for? Or is this something else? Okay. All right. So the suggestion, oh, go ahead, Nicole, you want to say something?
No, I was just gonna, I just, I thought it was already done.
Okay, so the suggestion was, for a variety of reasons, climate action plan update comes over here to be identified and treated, not just like where you put it on the website, but actually treated as a council priority. With the original scope at a minimum, and then as Jonathan and his people are bringing council back a scope of this, you'll consider and try to get as much in as you can. And then anything else that is above and beyond what you can do with current resources and stuff goes on the yes, if you have time and ability. Jonathan's giving me a thumbs up, council. Comfortable with that? I need to see 5. Thank you. Nuri, double checking that is in your comfort zone?
It is because climate action plan is already.
Mhm.
Not because you didn't have.
Okay.
Well, I don't want to set precedent too.
Can I just say, this council goes to 11.
Yeah, that's, that's a precedent. It's gonna get an asterisk.
All right, now that we're visiting a little bit about the yes, if list, appreciating Nuria, your comments that the yes, if list is heavy on the if and a little light on the yes, given staff's capacity and current commitments. Council, anything else that you want to think about? Like, no, but seriously, if you happen to have time, would love for you to consider this additional item.
Yeah.
Yep. Tara and then Taisha. There's like a tie on speed there.
I like the middle housing task force, just because we can't seem to get middle income housing, so maybe that'll give us new ideas.
Okay, want to hear other thoughts on that?
Can I ask you a clarifying question?
You may.
When we're talking, so there's middle housing and then there's middle income housing. And so I'm wondering which one this is.
Any and both.
This was Tina, your idea?
Yeah, and that is correct.
Is any of those?
Yeah, all of the above. So for something to find its way to the yes if list, I do need a not a 5 to move the middle income housing working group to the yes if there's staff capacity list. Do I have that? Show of hands. Yep, thank you. Okay, Taisha, you had one?
Sorry, I didn't.
No, but okay, go.
Well, the regional housing thing, you know, we had that summit and it was awesome, and I'm just kind of curious what the next steps are. I don't know, I don't feel like it's any of these things. It's just something that we haven't discussed that I wanted to make sure if you know, a part of that middle housing. So I'm not suggesting it, just it's like, oh, some other things. What about the regional housing thing? And are we gonna continue to participate? Are we having another thing? Are we, you know what I mean? I'm not asking you to be a priority, but more of like a.
Kurt, you didn't think you were done, did you, darling?
Is where I'm going with that.
Hey. So we'll have another update in 5 years. Now, so the Regional Housing Partnership is working on several things currently. One is trying to assist the commissioners with the structure of the 1B funding. Another thing that's impacting us as a city as well as the other cities is our department, HHS has received funds, and you'll be receiving an IGA very soon. To fund our department to create for sale affordable housing in the rest of the county. And so it's a program that works well in the city of Boulder. They want to replicate that throughout the county.
Do we get a cut by licensing that?
Is that a revenue thing?
Yeah, perfect.
And so they're paying for the staff resources
To support that.
I think it's in the. Can't remember exactly the amount. I think it's $1.5 million or something like that over 2 or 3 years. So that's a regional approach. Also working with Longmont. Longmont is working on updating their, they've been running the home repair program for our region, so we're looking at upgrading that. And then we're working with each of the local communities around policy updates as well.
I guess I'm just asking, because again, it's like, it goes back to what I said about me, it's like, I don't do well with this one piece over here, because middle income or middle anything is connected to low income, it's connected to. So that's why I'm just wondering if that could be there. I didn't feel that process. Thank you.
Could I make one more comment here as well? The mobile home park utility upgrade. So I might get wrong on the years, but about 4 or 5 years ago, council it approved our manufactured home strategy. And then that strategy was presented to the council, I think about, it was updated and shown to council, I think it was about 2.5 years ago or so. And the utilities was actually one of the strategies. And we've worked with, we've made some changes to that with Joe's team and how they work and support around the utilities. And we also have a program that's under Jonathan's team currently that's doing energy repairs to mobile homes. And then under my department, we're actually doing a lot of like conflicts in mobile homes as well, in trying to support issues around that. So a lot of the things are established in the current strategy that's been adopted by council. My only concern about putting it up there is there's a strategy that's approved, we're implementing it. I'm not sure what activities we would do, or if we're just increasing certain activities or putting more resources into it.
The full ask on that was to do the utility upgrade in exchange for a negotiated period pad rent stabilization, which I don't think has been done anywhere and would be a very, very strong precedent. And so that's kind of the tail end of it.
not just to go in and say, you do 60%, we'll do 40%. And I think it's a high impact item, obviously, for the residents. It'll also be a very high impact message throughout the state that new solutions found to offer these kinds of protections that are, you know, we're not getting it out of our elected officials at the moment. And so a little creativity on our part might actually do something very present.
So that was part of the strategy. We've met with all of the park owners about that over the last 2 years. None of them are at all interested in having that conversation. But Joe has, and the other question is what resource would go towards that? It's $1 million.
So, this sounds like a great conversation for you to have when this comes to you and not right now. Yeah, you got your question answered. Okay, great, fantastic. All right, thank you, Kurt. All right, council, any additional thoughts? Okay, first of all, I want you to take a minute, think about where we were yesterday. Got to know each other a lot, learned about each other, made some procedural changes, lots of juicy stuff to come. Lots of work, staff, congratulations. I think you'll be busy. Nobody likes a short day, I'm sure. So looking forward to hearing how all of this lands. Fantastic couple of days, I think. Would love to give anyone who has a thought in their heart, particularly if I'm really excited to leave this room because of. I'd be delighted to hear that. And I'll end, Mr. Mayor, with you if you have any final thoughts for the group. Anyone have any parting thoughts for the group? Matt?
It will be a long time. If not, I mean, I don't know how much longer I have left at this body. But to have every one of you and my council colleagues all in the same room at the same time. And so it's really cool to sort of sit back and absorb that, because normally we'll get just a fraction of you at this meeting or that meeting. So I'm just sort of taken aback by just having a lot of great staff and this whole city really just sort of sitting here in one space, recognizing that now we get to move in a unified front, taking forward a lot of these great priorities. I don't know, I'm just really humbled and filled with a lot of gratitude to be in that room with you all and to have gotten to this place where we get to set the course for the next couple of years. So I'm going to sit on that for a while and there'll be a good smile on my face. And I think it's also brought a lot of us together. I love in many ways how this conversation among this elected body also brought staff as equals in so many ways. I thought that was really cool. Here's our priority. And staff's like, well, it's big enough. It was not this top-down thing that I think the government tends to be. And I love that there was a much more level playing field and we all got to operate as colleagues in this instance, and hopefully we carry that forward. So a lot of gratitude there. And I just want to give a big thanks to Heather. There was a minute where I was like, are we gonna get done? And just knocks it out of the park every time. So a big thank you.
Has more experience than anyone, but this is my third retreat, and I think it's by far the best.
You're welcome, right, Nicole?
Oh,
yeah.
Especially in the later editions of the climate action concerns that we've added to the scope of our work. It's a very well-balanced set of priorities covering a wide range of concerns. And not only can't do everything within any 2-year period, but we've got some really good projects here to work on. And the way in which we got here, I think has been really terrific. No shoes have been thrown.
It's not too late.
I'm sorry what we have done to Brad. Still come to work. But it's, I think it's been a really very, very productive council. And certainly in my experience, the best one that I have participated in.
Yeah, I just, thanks everyone for all of your information and everything we learned during this process. And also having a peaceful, collaborative process, very important to me. I also really love these priorities And no offense, but compared to 2 years ago, they feel more strategic to me. And I feel like I know what the outcomes might look like. It's not that I don't like the last one, it's just, this feels really good to me. And I think it's gonna be fun to watch them unfold, and I'm sorry I have so much work to do. Nicole?
I just had a couple words of gratitude I want to say. First of all, to our council employees, now our three. Our council employees, especially Maria and Teresa, I think the way that we got to having more strategic priorities, having better discussions, was through a lot of the pre-work that you've done on our on the internal strategic plan. You know, Teresa also just kind of keeping us in check, like, you know, everything about this work relates to the city attorney's office. And I think helping us think about how we're balancing all these different constraints and needs. And so I just wanted to thank that. Also just thank you to staff for finding ways, even for some of the things that we weren't able to kind of get at the larger scope that we might have wanted to get, some of mine. You still found ways to kind of get pieces in there. It's some information that wouldn't have been there otherwise. So I really appreciate that. It feels good coming out to not feel like, you know, you lost a bunch of stuff, but that they're, by having the conversation, we have changed some of the things that are coming. And so I just want to thank you for that and just for the work that you do every day to keep us going and then deal with new stuff like this. Thanks for that.
Yeah, I have one more thank you to Meg, so she's still here.
Yes.
There she is. There she is.
She was indispensable, vital on our subcommittee. And she did so much, and I'm sure she had some sleepless nights trying to prepare. Applause of the council retreat. Now that is something else. Right in attention.
Two things. First, gratitude, yeah, to Heather, to you and Nuria and the retreat committee, Nicole and Tara, and so many others. I've really enjoyed this experience. Excuse me, and I felt like it was very well prepared and just grateful for y'all putting this together. And the other one also is sort of a note of gratitude. And I just was really taken in the first half of this retreat that, and also this morning, that a lot of the work that we have done is to lift up and affirm things that are in flight, that are the results of work over the last year or two from this previous city council, but as well as staff. We have parking reform coming to us with eliminating minimums on the docket to consider TDM signals policy. This is all coming ahead. We agreed to reformulate our transportation policy in Title II of our city code under work staff is already moving forward, which I think is extremely exciting. And we've clarified some of our climate areas of climate focus in a way that I think is also very positive. So just wanted to acknowledge that there's the board here, there's also a lot of work, and I'm truly excited to think about the next couple of years with this body and all the exciting things are before us to develop. So thanks.
Fine. Patient.
Yeah, again, echoing the appreciations and just the reminder that we're on an intergenerational journey. It's our turn. I'm just really grateful to be on this team with all of you and look forward to continuing to position ourselves so that we can be our best in recognizing that we inevitably, you want to make God laugh, tell him your plans. And so I also want to honor the grace that we must extend to each other as we try to implement this Herculean task. And again, I'm just really, really grateful and I'm just hopeful that we can continue to have these opportunities to think strategically and not always just be on our heels. So thank you, Nicole, for this piece around processes and all the people that voted for that. Because again, this is some of this not sexy under the hood work that makes all of these other things possible. So thank you.
Aaron?
All right, well, wrap up. I'm going to start the wrap up with a round of applause for our fantastic facilitator. In every one of my retreats with you, there's a moment where I'm like, okay, we're not going to pull it off. Yeah. And then you always swoop in and rescue us and, you know, get us to that successful outcome. So thanks again. And huge thanks to our retreat committee, Nicole and Tara, and also to Meg's for the assistance there. I really appreciate it. It's been so successful. And then I just have to, it's been really tough. I back to y'all this whole time, but you all are extraordinary. You know, this is, I will say, easily the best city staff team that I've worked with in my 8.5 years at city council. To a person, you are just such a pleasure to work with. And it's my honor and my pleasure, like joy every day, you know, to do the work, this work together. And that includes for sure our leadership team as well. So Pam and Mark and Chris, you guys are amazing. And our council employees, just extraordinary. We couldn't work with a better set of people, you know, Teresa and Maria and Jeff. We're just very blessed, as well as to my extraordinary colleagues, new and returning. We're just in really good hands. So off to the races. Let's get it done.
We are adjourned.
That's the next.